That's why this is way up here on this.
Unfortunately, it's not the first application, so
Just a ribbon on
you gotta go get a drink or something. So did I.
1993.
1995.
1999.
I know. Should I say any children in those years? I had children in those years. I gave birth to my first infant.
Both look very
Well preserved.
We're well preserved.
yes.
And then it's
I like well better than well preserved. Oh my God.
my excuse is tequila. I don't know what yours is.
Yeah, well.
Are you guys really that young?
It doesn't feel young. I'm gonna be 50 soon. You're gonna be.
I just turned 49.
Yeah. Graduated high school in 93 and 95. Does anyone know? It's usually early.
We have 6. It's awkward, but it happens.
You want me to text him? And just see if he's okay. What do you mean we don't text? Oh.
And if you said something just to Chris, I would know, but she doesn't today.
I have a telephone.
You use
County
it for
businesses,
talking
are
instead
you
of
okay?
texting, because my children laugh at me for actually using a phone for a phone.
I didn't know what. People say text. I just cringe.
Okay.
Because of the counting. I mean, not the counting facts. I can text my kid all day, and that's all what's calling me, they don't actually speak.
I don't like.
Good morning. This is the Citrus County Planning and Development Commission hearing for June the 6th, 2024. If you'd like to join us at this time, I invite you to please stand for the invocation and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, please give us the grace to be understanding, patient, and tolerant. With these attributes, we can conduct our work in a manner which will be pleasing to Thee, our county, and its residents. In the Lord's name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask you to silence all your devices for the courtesy of the applicants, the board, and those around you. I want to start off this morning by giving a shout out to one of Citrus County's finest from the emergency service, Colleen Kelly. If you had not read the paper, she did receive the first responder of the year from the Florida State Elks out of over 20-some thousand recipients. So she was voted to be the first responder of the year. So I just want to give her a shout out. Thank you, Colleen, for your services. May we get roll call, please?
And in the absence of our regular recording secretary, we have our temp pro over there, thank you. Mr. Barnes, chair, Mr. Royce, first vice chair, Mr. Bramlett, second vice chair, Mr. Shara, Mr. Stone, and Ms. Worthington.
Thank you. If any person decides to appeal any decisions made by the commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she will need a record of the proceedings for such purpose. He or she may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record indicates the testimony, evidence upon which the appeal is based. During the public import portions of the meeting, individuals are given 3 minutes and representatives of an organization is given 5 minutes. When anyone is wishing to speak, please come to the podium and please complete the yellow form and hand it to the recording secretary. Please print your name, address, and the number of the application for which you are speaking on. The yellow forms can be found at the podium by the door. If representing an organization, a letter of authorization must accompany the speaker. Comments will be limited only to the topics being heard. Please state your name, spell your last name, and give the address for the tape record. Now, at this time, I want to open the podium for you to come forward to address the commission on any items that you may wish. But this is not a time for any of the applications that we're going to be heard today. Anybody? All right. At this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting down. We have a minutes to approve for April the 4th, 2024. If I get a motion.
Motion to approve minutes.
Did we get a second?
Second.
Doesn't
Thank
talk
you.
into his mic.
Oh, look, you can have it all to yourself today.
Any comments from the board? Any additions? Anything? Okay, all approve the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Any staff announcements?
We do have V 2024-00002, Edwin and Julie Hoover. They have withdrawn that application.
Thank you. All right, now it's time for application number CPA/AA/PUD-2023-00003, Hatley for Lone Star Properties.
With regard to this application, have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start at the end with Mr. Shera.
Thank you.
Site visit.
Site visits.
None.
None.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May we get the staff introduction, please?
This request is to change the future land use from rural activity center to coastal and lakes commercial, and to change the atlas from general commercial to coastal and lakes commercial, and establish a planned unit development for mini warehouses. This is an aerial view of the subject property. View of the property from County Road 491. Looking west on County Road 491. Looking at the intersection of County Road 491 and State Road 200. Looking at the existing mini warehouse site from State Road 200. Looking west at the intersection of County Road 491 and State Road 200. Looking east on State Road 200. Looking across State Road 200. And this is the site plan submitted by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. I can get the applicant to come forward, please. Make your presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Pamela Jo Hatley. I represent the Lone Star Properties, the applicant in this case, and the property owner. And I'm an attorney, and with me today is a company representative, Teresa Pope, and also our expert witness, who is a planning expert, Susan Swift. So I'm just going to introduce the application a bit, and Ms. Swift is going to take the presentation from there. As staff explained, and as in the staff report, this is an existing developed property, part of it, and Lone Star has operated the mini warehouse development for many years, and they are looking to expand their business. This property came up a couple of years ago for sale right next door, so they would like to add a couple more buildings to address market demand. And as the site plan shows, there's access to this site from the existing site. We've submitted a site plan. There's just a few little details with the floor area ratio that, you know, we have looked at that to see if some changes could be made, and it's just difficult to make a viable project. I'll let Ms. Swift talk to that more, but basically that's it. They create single story, this is not more than one story, just single story storage units, and that's what they intend to develop here on this additional little triangular piece of property there. There won't be like an additional access to County Road 491. It's an access through the existing site. This use is, compared to other uses that are actually allowed in this zoning district and comp plan designation, this use is relatively low impact. There's not a lot of traffic generated, not a lot of impact in and out activity. It's basically just there and maintained. So unless you have any questions for me, I'm going to introduce Susan Swift. I will put her credentials on the record. Ms. Swift is certified by the American Institute of Certified Planners, so she's a certified planner. She has degrees in geography and in planning. She is the planning director for Boggs Engineering in Plant City, Florida, and she has more than 40 years of planning and zoning experience in Florida, Virginia, and Maryland. So, Ms. Swift, thank you.
I'm not sure she needed to add the 40 years, but thank you. Susan Swift, Director of Planning for Boggs Engineering, 607 South Alexander Street in Plant City. Thank you for having me. Yep, there we go. If you can go to the next slide. Thanks. I'd like to kind of go backwards in my presentation a little bit and ask you to focus on the aerial without the text, just for a second. I think if I came up here and our client, a client, was requesting that they want to expand their existing business, that's a business here in the county. It's at a signalized intersection of two highways, arterials. It's an infill project. It's going to have less traffic than virtually any other use allowed in this zoning district. And there's no new access drives that are going to be put onto either road. I think in most cases, people would really want to have a business like that. So our client was a little surprised when, as you heard, they were in a regional activities center with commercial zoning and an FAR of 0.5 that somehow, and I'll get a little bit into the weeds, but try not to get too much into the weeds, that now they're being asked to do a plan amendment, an Atlas amendment, and the PUD, which they had anticipated doing a PUD to combine the two sites, but now their floor area ratio was going to be less than what they already had. So here we are expecting one application for a plan development to combine the new and the old expansion of the old business, and now we have 3 applications. So I guess my start is that it sounds like we're asking for a lot more in our view than we are. It sounds like this is a major expansion of land use, zoning, in addition to a logical expansion from our client's perspective of their existing business. And we're here because of a few conflicts in our opinion, in my reading of your comprehensive plan and your zoning code, and some interpretations that I think could have been more practical. I won't call them misinterpretations. I think your code and your plan allow different interpretation, and I think you all, by our reading of the 2 documents, have the flexibility to recommend approval on what we're asking for. Again, I'll get into the weeds after I go over the project and a refresher of the project. So as the staff showed, the existing rural activities center land use, it's called an activity center, and this isn't an isolated site. This whole area is a rural activity center. The whole area right around this node is commercial zoning. The whole node has 0.5 FAR, and in order to get all around the barn, we were told that the only way to expand this is to change the land use, change the zoning atlas, and by the way, your FAR goes from 0.5 to 0.3. So, no problem doing a plan development. The sites are being integrated anyway. That's what our client wanted to do. So, nevertheless, again, without getting too much into the weeds, next slide. See, this is, sorry, I apologize because our presentation was submitted earlier than I normally expect. So this is good. This is good. So we have, as I said, now have 3 applications when we thought all we needed was to combine it into a plan development. And how we got here, as I said, this is a little bit into the legal and plannerese weeds, but I feel like I need to get it on the record. The Rural Activities Center says it's to encourage infill of existing commercial. We believe that this project does that. It allows more intense uses, vehicle repair, convenience stores with a gas station, vets with outdoor kennels, building contractors with outdoor storage, and seemingly doesn't allow other commercial uses. That said, in your staff report, there's another sentence in the plan that isn't in the staff report. The sentence after that seems to give you the flexibility to approve something else. Admittedly, it's worded differently, but I'll get back to that. So, thinking that we're going to apply for a PUD to expand the mini warehouse, now we've got to overcome these kind of catch-22s and conflicts. One says, yes, you can infill existing commercial. The other says no new commercial uses, but then there are uses that are way heavier that are specified. So I think this could have been interpreted to allow this in the existing GNC zoning with a PD. So, and that's what's presenting this catch-22. So the other interpretation that I would have made differently is it says that no new GNC is allowed in the land use. I believe that means no new GNC rezonings, not GNC uses. And when you read all these things together, again, this is a planner or a lawyer's dream or nightmare. My bottom line point is I think you have flexibility when you look at the last sentence that's not in your staff report, where it talks about uses that are generally classified as neighborhood commercial uses and professional services and offices, and then it lists these other specifics. There is another line that says, such determination should be based on market area radius and minimum population support criteria. Non-residential uses shall be concentrated at the center of the RAC with direct access to a collector or arterial intersection. So that last sentence is not in your staff report, and it's was left off. It cites that section of the plan, but it left off that kind of qualifying paragraph, sentence that I think gives you the ability to be flexible on this. Next slide. Next slide. So this is our site plan. On the right is the existing self-storage facility. On the left is the new. There are 2 buildings proposed. They're all air-conditioned, climate-controlled, units, and we have buffers. We meet the 100-foot setback on both streets. You can see it's kind of an odd-shaped site, so there were challenges. There will be challenges for a new development if this isn't an expansion of this building. As I said, this could be something much different and just as intense with more traffic. But what we're proposing is the new buildings allow 43,000 square feet and change. The existing buildings, 48,000. Combined, we're under the FAR, but obviously each site, if you look at them separately, one's under, one's a little over. We're proposing that it be blended. Next slide. And as your staff report said, next slide. As your staff report says, there is no policy that allows blending of these two sites, but there's no policy that prohibits it either. So we believe that you have the ability to approve this. It's still less when combined. It's an unusual situation. The unbuilt piece is an unusual shape. We think it makes sense because it's less traffic than, again, virtually either all or virtually all of any use that's allowed in this zoning district now. So without any rezoning, without anything we're asking for, somebody can build any one of neighborhood commercial uses, and I'll give you some examples, at more square footage because the current allows 0.5. So when you combine ours, we're still way under what can be built on this site. If someone builds on the corner piece, you can have in your current zoning 0.5 FAR. We're only proposing blended 0.35, or sorry, 0.37. So this site can be built at a higher intensity with more driveways. Right now there's no driveways at this major intersection. We're keeping the same access. There's not a whole lot of noise with a self-storage facility. There's certainly not a whole lot of traffic compared to all the other general commercial uses if this site is built with its current zoning versus what we're asking for. Next slide. So we do comply with the code there, with the exception of the one side buffer. We can meet the 100-foot setback on either side. We have stormwater retention. Even the buffer, we asked for a waiver because of the existing site. There's where the fence is and the ditch, the existing ditch. It seems silly to put landscaping on the inside of the fence, so we did ask for a waiver for how that buffer is laid out along the street frontage. Other than that, it complies with your land development code. Next slide. And these are the elevations of the buildings. There are two buildings. This is the first. Next slide. This is the second, and these are different sides of the buildings. It meets your design criteria where we've broken up the building, the facade of the building. We have vertical and horizontal breaks. Meets the roof line criteria in your design guidelines. Next slide. And I'll just wrap up and allow you to ask any questions, but I think the point is the project's consistent with your comp plan policies. It's compatible with the existing uses. We understand that there are residential uses to the west. There's a buffer there. There's an elevation change. The houses there have very large lots. There's a lot of vegetation between them, and the homes are set further toward their street frontage. So we're not ignoring the fact that there are residences next to the site, But again, compared to what could be built on this site, a kennel a vet with outdoor kennels, a gas station, a convenience store, all of those things with more square footage could go on this site if our client doesn't build this expansion, which has virtually no noise, virtually no traffic. That's kind of the irony of the situation that we're in. And again, back to the FAR, understanding there's no policy that says you can blend it, but there's no policy that says you can't. And I believe the PUD gives you that flexibility to treat this unique situation and this unique site differently. And we would request that based on the compatibility with the code, the consistency with your comprehensive plan, and the compatibility with the surrounding areas, that we would request that you recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Does staff have any questions for the applicant?
No, sir.
Does the board have any questions for the applicant?
I have a question. Can you confirm the square footage of the two buildings, Building A and Building B?
Yes, I can. Give me one
I
second.
see on the site plan it says Building A 23,385, Building B 19,000. Is that correct?
Those are the older, the totals of the existing buildings total, all the 6 buildings, total 48,600. Those are the buildings that are not solid borders. And then the new ones total 43,308. And those are the 2 buildings, the rectangle and the funky shaped building on the left side of the site plan.
Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Thank you. We'll get the staff presentation, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Joe Hockadell, Principal Planner with Land Development. This application is one that had come before this board about a year ago, I think almost to the day, requesting to change the land use on the subject property from the Rural Activity Center to the General Commercial District, the Coastal Lakes Commercial District on the future land use map, and from General Commercial and Low Intensity Coastal Lakes to Coastal Lakes Commercial on the Atlas map. So I'm going to keep it a little brief since this is something that you guys have seen previously. The applicant has come back in front of you. There have been no changes to their previous request. It was continued previously, and so they went back and looked at stuff and decided to come back with the original submittal. So here you can see the existing, or the subject properties. The one that's being changed is the triangle piece down here. So the developed piece is the one that is in common ownership with the owner. And so this is the site plan being proposed, the 2 new buildings you see in red there. So this one gets a little confusing because there's some stuff in the comprehensive plan for each one of these types of land uses. So the Rural Activity Center is a designation that's just in the comprehensive plan. It's not in the Land Development Code. And the Rural Activity Center is intended for nodal type development in rural portions of the county where we don't have services available, but it still allows for non-residential uses to serve the public in that area. But it specifically limits what you can have there. So it has a lower floor area ratio than general commercial, it's 0.5. And it says you can have these certain uses, and that's it. It says other general commercial uses are prohibited in this area. But it does allow for some general commercial uses, as Ms. Swift was stating. So the use it doesn't allow, or is not listed on there, is mini warehouse. So in order for them to get mini warehouse on this property, they have to change the future land use to something that would then allow for that, such as Coastal Lakes Commercial. The other tricky part is that when you look at the Atlas, there's a policy in the comprehensive plan that says when you get out into the fringes of the county in the coastal lake and river region, there's no new general commercial zoning allowed. So it's existing there that can be in conjunction with the Rural Activity Center, but the Rural Activity Center would be the future land use. The zoning would have to support that. So they can't go to general commercial on the future land use because they're in the coastal lakes and rivers region. So there's a couple different things that come into play here as to why they're going to coastal lakes commercial to allow for this mini storage. And so the coastal lakes, the Rural Activity Center does allow for non-res uses, but it's very limited, and it's intended to limit the bulk and intensity of what's going in there because this is a rural area and it doesn't have a bunch of services. So the main deviation we have here, and here you can see I have some pictures of the existing properties and the adjacent properties. But one of the things here is the floor area ratio. So by going to the coastal lakes commercial, the max floor area ratio is 0.3, which is lower than Rural Activity Center. But Rural Activity Center doesn't allow for the uses that they want to do. So they're proposing to do some sort of blended or weighted floor area ratio with the existing use that's next door and this new use. The problem with that is the comprehensive plan has no policy that allows for that. So the comp plan says if this is your land use, this is your floor area ratio, period. And the way those policies work is if it says you can do it, you can do it. If it doesn't say that, you can't. So the fact that there's no policy in there that says, oh, and if you have a blended site, you can mix and match, it doesn't give that provision. And so one reason for that is to limit the bulk of what's going out there, the square footage, total square footage of what's going in that area. And so if you look at some of the other uses in that area, they're fairly small in size. So, and there's some strip retail centers, there's a church, there's a mechanic, and different things like that. So that's kind of a quick recap of this application. The floor area ratio does violate the comprehensive plan, and the bulk of this proposal does seem to be inconsistent and incompatible with the area. Any questions?
Does the applicant have any questions for staff?
No, thank you.
Does the board have any questions for staff? I have one, and I think you answered it. So there is no such thing as blended in our comp
No,
plan?
sir. The comprehensive plan does not have a policy that allows for mixed floor area ratios.
Have we ever allowed a blended type policy in the past?
I don't recall.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Joe, good morning.
Morning.
In this particular case, since this is a blended site or proposed to be a blended site, in your mind, what's the unintended consequence of allowing a similar operation as is, permitted next door with a blended FAR which achieves what is only a matter of feet away from that particular site? What are we potentially doing if we as a board would vote to permit this? What's the unintended consequences that you could see?
It would violate the comprehensive plan.
In and of itself, violating the comprehensive plan would preclude the planning board from permitting this application.
No. If the planning board decided to recommend approval of this, you can do that. But this request violates the comprehensive plan and the floor area ratios that are spelled out for each land use in the comp plan.
This seems to be this is clear in terms of the comprehensive plan and the way it's worded. It gets murky when you look at the allowed uses that are within that area, some of which are more intense than what this is proposed to be, either in noise, parking, lighting. But since this is specifically not permitted, it's prohibited.
Correct. I can't speak as to why certain uses are allowed in the Rural Activity Center, but I know that if they're not listed in there, then they're prohibited.
Thank you.
And if I could add, I think Mr. Sheriff's getting to the point of a mini warehouse is already there. We know the use, that the idea isn't the use, but the fact that the comprehensive plan policy is in violation, which you can't actually adopt or recommend approval for. You can do it, but you can't. They can have a mini warehouse there. It's just the bulk of what they're asking for is what's exceeding the floor area ratio. So if they dialed back the proposal, the floor area ratio would no longer be violated. Does that help?
No.
Oh, thought it was helping.
But it's a start. So what you're saying is, it's the FAR, the floor area ratio, not the use, that is in violation of the comp plan?
It's the floor area ratio is a direct violation. We know there's a mini warehouse right there.
Mm-hmm.
So the floor area ratio is period a violation. So as far as the use, that's up to you if you think an expansion of the use is appropriate. But unfortunately, it's so big, the bulk is a violation in this particular rural area.
So disregarding the applicant's own economics, because those shouldn't be a concern.
No, yeah.
So the issue is, if they dialed back this application to achieve the stipulated floor area ratio and met the other standards, including the buffers, that would then be an acceptable use.
It would be a different consideration than what's before you today. We weren't given that proposal, but that is a flat out, it's violating floor area ratio. You know, we can't even go past that.
Understand?
I'm not
Okay.
trying to put words in your mouth, Mr. Hockadell. Please feel
No,
free
yeah.
to jump in.
No, I got it. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, I have a question. 0.07 is what we're talking about, right? 0.30, 0.37. And Crystal River math tells me 114,127 square feet times 0.07, correct? Because if you're dividing it the other way, we would multiply it this way to find it. So we're talking about roughly 5,700 square feet of building area, floor area ratio, I guess. Is that correct?
I didn't do the calculation on the delta, so
Does that sound about right, though? Am I doing that math correctly?
I mean, it sounds close, yeah.
If you're dividing it one way and you multiply it the other way, opposite, to get the number that you're looking for, right? I'm pretty sure that's what my 12th grade math teacher told me. Okay, so we're talking about 5,706 square feet on a 43,308 square feet, which, by the way, I'll say there's some discrepancies in the packet with the square footage, because if you add 19,000 and 23,000 and 385, you come up with one number, and then I'm being told from your package analysis that it is 42,385, and then the applicant's telling me 43,308. So there's a little bit of, there's some numbers there that we got to kind of figure out. I'm just trying to figure the exact amount of, or at least close, the difference that we're talking about with the floor area ratio. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bramlett. Anybody else? Another? Thank you, Joe. Okay, at this time, the public portion of the meeting will now be open. If there's anyone present who would like to speak on this application, please come forward to the podium. And as a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes, organizations have 5 minutes, and when speaking on this application, please address the board. If you have any documentation that you want to be entered into the record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. Anyone? Good morning.
I'm Lisa Madru, M-A-D-R-U, and I live right behind the proposed storage area, 7813 North Fairwind Loop, Hernando. First of all, my husband wanted to ask, is this rezoning that's being asked on this, it's only for this area? Not any of the areas around, just the storage, that storage area that hasn't been built?
And we're just here to hear your comments. We can't answer any of your
Oh, you
questions
can't
at this
answer.
time, but thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'd gone to the meeting before, and I just, since we are in the property right behind, we feel like too that probably this is a better thing to happen than have like a grocery store or something else, a veterinary or something else to go in there. But we would, of course, prefer it to be left wooded like it is, which, you know, apparently isn't gonna happen. But just wanted to make sure, they had said before that they were going to keep a barrier area between, because we've got our fence, we put our fence up along our road back there, and they said, wanted to make sure they are gonna put a taller fence like they've done on the other area, and that there would be a wooded area in between. And then wondered about the end down there, if that's gonna be just a pond, or we were hoping it would stay wooded, the area that they're not gonna build something. But I guess that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Anyone? All right, this time, the public portion of the hearing will be now closed. We're going to bring the discussion back to the board.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Worthington.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't know whether the applicant wants to rebut the one public comment or not.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. This is Pamela Jo Hatley for the applicant Lone Star Properties. I would just confirm for the public speaker that this request only applies to the subject site there, not to any properties around it. And I believe her other comment had to do with the buffer, and I understand that. And there are requirements in the land development code that require the buffer. I believe that addressed both of her comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, my apologies. We are going to bring the discussion back to the board. I got a little ahead of myself there. Ms. Worthington.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to say, as far as what the applicant said about flexibility, this board is charged with making a quasi-judicial decision based upon the testimony presented by both parties. I disagree with the ability that we have flexibility. What we have to do and what we're charged with is following our land development code and our comprehensive plan. There are times when changes are made, but even though a lot of these decisions were mapped out a long time ago, and the neighbor has said that she is somewhat amenable to this change, in my opinion, the RAC zoning is appropriate for this intersection and should remain. And I don't find a compelling interest. Yes, I understand the property owner purchased that property, maybe perhaps not understanding what the zoning was or what the future land use was, but that is not how I'm going to find my decision. I would not be in favor of this application.
Thank you, Commissioner Worthington. Anyone else?
Yeah, so I think that this is a perfect example of an opportunity to, in lack of a better term, sort of downzone a piece of property. That's kind of a tricky corner there in the county. Everybody and anybody that's ever driven the 491-200 area right there knows that that is prone to accidents. I think that having an additional GNC use or an RAC use that permits more than one or even one more access on the property, this particular, the subject property is going to gain access from an existing easement or right-of-way access already, and the fact that it's the storage units are already there, sort of harmonious with the surrounding area, I think that it's a compatible fit, and I'd be in favor of it. The only thing is I'm not in favor of going against the comprehensive plan, and based on my math and my calculations, maybe about a 10% reduction in the size of the buildings. I don't believe that that would affect the owner's ability to make this a viable option.
Thank you, Commissioner Bramlett.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Stone.
Yes, I think this is a good example of incremental encroachment. The rural activity centers and the CLC have certain limits, certain things are specified. You can always say, well, we're right up to it, it's only a few extra feet, oh, it's the same as what's next to it. there's a limit. You have a line, and I don't see any compelling need to cross that line. I would be not in support of this application.
Thank you, Commissioner Stone.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shara.
as previously stated, I think this is a case of logic, that you have a continuous use, contiguous properties. But it's difficult to go against the comprehensive plan, because once you begin to do that, where do you stop? I think the applicant has an opportunity to understand those things. And of course, that's their, that's their sole decision. Although I believe that this is a good use, I believe that since it's in violation of the comprehensive plan, I can't support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Shara. Commissioner Royce?
I agree with everything that's been said. It's a shame, but I think I agree.
Thank you. And I have to agree, I can't go against the comprehensive plan. I think there's probably could be some more intense uses there, but at the same time, as Commissioner Stone said, the line has been drawn. If we cross it now, how far are we going to cross it next week and the week after? And then before you know it, that won't exist. So I would not be in favor of this application. Can I get a motion of some kind?
Sorry.
For a purpose of a motion, the Planning and Development Commission finds application number CPA/AA/PUD -2023-00003 inconsistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and the board recommends denial of this application to the Board of County Commissioners based on the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and the conclusions regarding the petition.
Second.
We have a first by Commissioner Barmas and a second by Commissioner Worthington. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye, or nay.
Motion passes 5-1 for denial.
Mr. Chairman, this has been tentatively set before the County Commissioners on July 23rd, 2024 at 5:05 p.m.
Thank you. All right, now it's time for CPA/AA/PUD-2024-00010, Hampton Hills LLC for the Collenberg family.
And Mr. Chair, with regard to this application, are there any ex parte communications to disclose for the record? And we'll start at the end with Mr. Shara.
None. None.
Site visit.
None.
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 Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. So we get the
Yes, sir.
staff.
This application proposes to create a new master plan, planned unit development. The site contains approximately 146.5 acres and lies on the west side of County Road 491, north of West Southern Street in Lecanto. The application would change approximately 14 acres from low-density residential to medium-density residential on the LDC Atlas map and the future land use map, and put a master plan in place over the entire acreage. This is looking west and east on West Southern Street, a local roadway that would be used as an emergency access point only. This is looking north and south on County Road 491. The development would use the existing northern access point in place for the post office. This is the proposed master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. We get the applicant come forward, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Eric Gable on behalf of Hampton Hills LLC. This PUD application started as we were under a purchase agreement to buy the property. Since April 2, we did close on the property, and we are now the owner as well. We are seeking this PUD as a PUD as a result of losing property across Highway 491, where we have a 840-acre DRI, and it was this property was purchased to compensate for
the loss of property in the DRI due to the eminent domain action by the county in widening 491. The DRIs are no longer available, so the last and best effort we can take to replace our lost property is to acquire this 146.5 acre tract, and then seek the same terms and conditions as the DRI, including its 2054 termination date. In reading the staff report, I could see there was confusion about the no HDR buffer zone, drawn with squiggly lines on the map here that's up on the screen. I'd like to clarify that it was drawn at a time when we were seeking to spread all 1,476 residential units across the entire 146.5 acre tract with complete residential interchangeability. However, we are okay with staff's application of interchangeability applying within the two different zones, the purple fixed overlay zone and separately the yellow to be MDR PUD, with the understanding that we want all the yellow to be MDR PUD, allowing 8 dwelling units per acre. Finally, we can accept all the staff conditions except condition 10, wherein staff suggests that no RV or boat storage would be allowed. This is not the case, that we're not something we're in agreement with, in that we are looking to allow RV boat storage, but not for public use, just for within the residents of our community. Is expected to be located within the RV boat storage is expected to be located within the yellow zone. If necessary, it can be located outside the no HDR buffer zone drawn. That's it. If you have questions for me, I'm happy to answer questions or be available for rebut.
Does the staff have any questions for the applicant?
Just for clarification then, based on what you just said, proposed condition 7 by staff where residential density in the northern 300 feet is limited to, and you're saying you want 8 units an acre in that 300 foot, so that would be condition 7 modification, correct?
Oh, yes.
In the 300 foot.
Condition 7 also said less than 8 DU per acre.
It says, yeah, it says limited to 4 is what staff's guess was, but you wanted 8, and that's fine for
Okay.
condition 7. And in condition 10, you're asking for RV boat storage for residents only, but not within to meet LDC requirements and not be within the northern 300-foot buffer zone.
That is correct.
Clarify.
We're okay with that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Scherer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
When you talk about RV and boat storage, are you talking about on each individual home lot, or are you talking about one central area?
One central area. If I had a crystal ball, I could probably, today, it would show me that it's probably going to be on the westernmost border along the utility easement, but not exactly sure where, because this might not actually, until we have the overall approvals for the DRI and this together, we'll decide where best to locate each of the, that's why we're seeking the interchangeability as well for the residential. We don't know the exact location.
And how large an area are you proposing?
I can't imagine it being more than 10 acres, but probably more like 4.
Is that 10 acres part of your density calculation, dwellings per unit?
Yes, it is.
Which would reduce the area, so you're going to have a higher, are you going to have a higher density in the remaining area?
No, that would effectively reduce it the
Okay.
way we're looking.
Sorry, my
But yes.
misunderstanding. And how would you isolate that area?
It would be by the LDC buffering requirements as required. The staff will let us know at the time of development.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? I just have one question for you. You're saying the domain of the county taking the property, and that geared your change in this application. Is that the only gear that changed, or?
That is what drove us to purchase the property and to spread. In order to do a development of the size we had with the DRI, we need to spread the sale of property across the improvements you put in to do a development as large as a Citrus Hills DRI. It requires a massive amount of investment to enable us to build clubhouses and all this infrastructure. In order to do that, we have to recoup those costs. To the extent we lost 75 acres with the eminent domain action, it has costs us the ability, we can't make the investments necessary to develop the 840 acre piece minus 75 acres. And we'd like to be able to spread that cost across more property. That's why we acquired the 146.5 acres, so we can put in more dwelling units to support the intended improvements of infrastructure throughout the entire development.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We get the staff to come forward. Thank you.
Hello, all right. This is an application for a comprehensive plan atlas amendment and a planned unit development. So this is the application site. I'm going to zoom in a little bit and explain why it looks so like a smiley face there up in the corner and has a little weird leg down there. You can see the majority property is medium density residential on the Land Development Code Atlas already. And just in proximity, just off the screen here is the Parkway coming up, and then this is 491 and 44. Now, when Mr. Abel talked about an area being taken for Citrus Hills, he's actually talking about Citrus Hills on the opposite side of the road over here. That's Citrus Hills coming out, this PDR. And I know you've seen another application to the south of that. They did acquire a little bit of land there, and they're acquiring some land here to propose. So this is a zoom in of the atlas. These funky little shapes are because this was part of the 491 overlay project that the county once proposed. They were going to have it go all the way over to the Parkway area in 44 and connect to 491. They had roads planned and drainage planned, and that's what these outlines were trying to do, is show a road and show some drainage. That's why they look like they do. That project was scrapped by a later Board of County Commissioners, leaving these remnant, strange-looking parcels. So they have acquired them. The only comprehensive plan amendment change is the yellow area on the top. That's the LDR MH, and they're proposing to change that to MDR MH like the remainder of the property. One thing I also want to point out on this slide is the MDR area that doesn't have the hatch-throughs. It's not MH. So there also is a 491 overlay tier. So on 491, as part of the 491 overlay project, which has been since scrapped, they did adopt some tiers. And you see I put a table in page 3 of the comprehensive, it's page 159 of your digital packet, page 3 of the staff report of what each overlay tier means and what they're allowed to do in those overlay tiers. This particular one is a general urban tier. So what that means is in that MDR area and that GNC in the front, they not only have MDR and GNC, they have GNC, PSO, RMU, HDR, and PSI, all without requiring to come before you as a comprehensive plan or atlas amendment. It gives them a lot of things already in front of them that they have without any kind of board approval. That is the way the comprehensive plan set that up. So that's just about the first 1,300 feet off of 491. They can go as high as HDR, which is up to 20 units an acre with the Land Development Code Atlas. They also could have GNC all the way back, even though it's MDR right now. I know that's confusing, and stop me if we haven't seen much of these. They're very limited on 491, but this is one of those areas. So I did want to zoom in a little bit to show you what the area is like. You've got a lot of farms up here, despite the fact it's low-density residential. They're quite larger than that. Low-density residential can have half-acre lots. These are not. You've got a lot of existing farms, but the Parkway is to the west and 491 to the east. And this is a proposed master plan. So the purple area there is the 491 overlay tier, that general urban tier that has all of those development rights already in place. And then the yellow area is the MDR, with the exception of the very northern part there that we talked about, and that's a comprehensive plan amendment to LDR. From LDR to MDR. With this number of units that they're proposing, and I put a density table in the staff report, they can actually, they can't have one access point. They will need at least 2. So they have proposed to have an emergency access point on Southern Street. They'll have to work with their engineering, and Southern Street's not up to any kind of emergency access at this point. It's only improved, you can see in the pictures, up to a certain point. So that'll require a little bit of work on their part to be able to use that. but that's where they're planning on accessing. Right now, if you go in the post office, that entrance, that's the same entrance that would access this. That's actually off post office property. So zooming into the staff report, you see the emergency second access I just talked about. Then you'll see the buffer area. We talked about the 300-foot buffer. There was some staff concern because that's LDR up there and not MDR like proposed. And they are proposing 8 units an acre up to. They are limiting that to 8 units an acre in that area. And you'll see also some buffer on the west side and also the southeast side, trying to address the surrounding areas and be compatible with those. And this is, I wanted to show you the access to the post office that I just talked about. You can see, who knew, that's actually off post office property. That would be their access, their way in. And then they just come out and develop out here is what's proposed. I also want to talk about development standards. I had no idea this was going to show up so freaking blurry, and I'm really sorry about that. What it talks about is density and intensity, and specifically, I wanted to show you the development standards. So none of these are unusual, and they all are very similar to what you see right now in the Citrus Hills Development of Regional Impact. So detached and attached lots, their minimum lot widths are 40, so the attached are 35, and then the multifamily. You'll see the front setbacks of 15, second of 10. Those also are very similar to Citrus Hills right now. And you have rear setbacks of 5 foot with 0 foot for a pool. Also very similar to Citrus Hills themselves. And that is all I have. There are quite a few conditions recommended. I can read them if you want to, or otherwise we can just talk about them very briefly. The first is that they could have up to 1,476 dwelling units. Now that is a maximum density. I think if you look practically, and that's assuming they don't do a lot of commercial, and as he talked about the RV area, that's an up to. I don't think they're going to come anywhere near that, but that was what they're asking for as a max. And up to 553,000 square foot of non-residential in the front. Again, a lot of that is already approved as part of their existing zoning. Some of it in the back area would not be. So access would be on the existing access on 491 and at least one emergency access. That would be on Southern Street. It will be served by Central Water and Central Sewer. They're asking for approval for an 8-foot wall or opaque fence at any point around the perimeter or inside. You've seen them do that with Brentwood and also with Clearview Estates, the same developer. They are asking to allow single-family detached, single-family attached, and multifamily in those limits that are on the application. Condition number 7 is proposed to change, as we spoke about. Residential density would be up to 8 acres in a northern 300-foot area. They would have to meet all tree standards. Obviously, this is a very treed lot. They'll have to meet biological survey. It's doubtful there's any particular tortoises here, but there are some open areas. There may be some protected species. Mr. Abel did ask for RV storage that would be limited to residents. That would be number 10, condition of number 10, residents only and meet LDC criteria and not be placed in the buffer areas. They are asking for up to 40 spec homes, model homes before platting. That has been granted with previous Citrus Hills applications. The county engineering staff has some conditions here. All of those would be done at the time of permitting. There's really nothing here that would stop the development. They just are meeting LDC standards. They're asking for a long expiration date. They're asking for something similar to Citrus Hills, going out to 2054. That's a bit long for PUDs. That is what the DRI has, so they're trying to match that, and that is up to you if you want to support that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any questions for staff?
Would like to be clear that the two conditions that are being addressed would be 7 and 10 to be considered by the commissioner.
Revision from the staff report, yes.
Does the commissioners have any questions for Ms. Coutu?
I do. Me first? Okay. Joanna, When you talk about interchangeability with the allowances that they have in that one section, what you're saying is they could place those allowances anywhere within the entire master plan?
Within the 491 overlay area, the purple.
Only the purple?
Right. MDR is still subject to MDR. So when they're talking about interchangeability, they're talking about two things, my understanding, is in the MDR area, they can do single-family detached, single-family attached, or multifamily in that area. But as far as the 491 overlay area and what's allowed there, that's the commercial and some of the high density, that has to stay in the purple. There isn't a swap between, you can't move commercial or high density back to the MDR area.
And then, the staff report wrote about, us clarifying, I guess this is condition number 10. Now, clearly, they're asking for the RV boat storage, but, the other things he's fine with as far as...
Yeah, Mr. Abel talked quite a bit about this, and I'll say, but he can correct me if I'm wrong, but he was okay with the conditions with the exception of the RV, which I said no, and as long as it's limited simply to subdivision residences, sure.
Okay.
And then condition 7, which talks about the 8 units per acre, and when it says no high density, it actually means nothing above 8.
It means medium density.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Worthington. Commissioner Shara.
Good morning. Question on the secondary road. It's actually referenced both as an emergency and a secondary access.
I'm sorry, can you pull your mic closer?
I could. Thank you very much. Got me. My question is on the emergency and secondary access. Is it the definition, operating definition, is it emergency access? There was a reference to a gate. Is it only then for emergency activities, or does secondary allow it to be improved at a later date and then turned into an access?
Yeah, that development code is going to require 2 access points, period, for the number of units. They may want more, that's possible, but at a minimum, they have to have that secondary access. They've chose to call it emergency access. That would be, the idea of the 2 access points is not only for traffic flow, but also emergencies. So they can do that. They'll have to meet engineering approval for that. And you'll see, I think what they say in there is up to 1 emergency access point. They're probably going to have several. But this would have to meet all standards for engineering, including being able to be used, which means that Southern Street would have to be upgraded, and it has to be graded and stabilized. It can be gated. It can't just be a flat ground that they can drive out. It's going to have to be a full emergency access or access point. I imagine with their traffic study, they might want a full access point, but that's up to them.
So as we look into the crystal ball with up to 1,946 homes, should we be, or 1,400?
1,400, yeah, it's like, ooh.
Sorry, yeah. Didn't mean
You're
to be
fine,
bigger.
you're fine.
Should we assume that, would a practical person assume that in the future, that secondary access then becomes a regular in and out of the community?
It is possible, but the application before you only has it as a access point, as an emergency access point. So we're not making them say that will only stay as emergency access. We can do that, but right now the primary access is on 491.
Because that leads to what happens down to State Route 44.
It also leads to concern on Southern Street because it's definitely not a very well improved road.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question. Go ahead, Commissioner
No, go
Bramlett.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Yep.
I done forgot. Go ahead. Let me read my notes again.
There's a lot going on
Circling
here.
back to condition number 7, that was your recommendation that you guys were gonna write, or why the deviation now sitting in front of us?
Well, staff had suggested that in that 300-foot abutting LDR, they dial it back a little bit to 4. They're asking for 8.
Okay. And your opinion of that? I mean, you guys obviously made the recommendation.
Right, they're getting a lot throughout. I think that's high, but it is a very small area abutting some very rural area. But LDR can go up to 2 by right. I have a little bit of concern in just the 300-foot area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bramlett. My question is about the access. We only have 1 access to this property with 1 emergency access. So we're going to channel 2,000 cars.
They have to have at least two. Now, they have chosen to call the one on Southern Street an emergency access point. They're going to have to meet access management standards with engineering on that.
And
I
they're nowhere
agree
near
that as from a non-engineer standpoint, that is a concern, and we can ask the applicant a little bit more about that.
Thank you. Any other questions for the staff?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shara.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Can you go back to the 300-foot buffer?
Mm-hmm.
I seem to recall that I read that in that area, there was going to be half-acre lots. And maybe I didn't read it, I just thought I did. It could have been a dream. But then the question is now, if we're up to 8 dwelling units per acre for that 300, we're down to quarter-acre lots.
Yeah, they're asking for 8, up to 8 with central water and sewer. In
Okay,
the
so that's
MTR
what's in
area.
the application is
That's what is in
eight,
the
not-
application, right? There was another application before you that had half-acre lots of budding. I know what you're thinking of, but it wasn't this one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other questions? Thank you, Ms. Katu. At this time, the public portion of the meeting will now be open. If there's anyone present who would like to speak on this application, please come forward to the podium. And as a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes and organizations have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, please address the board. If you have any documentation that you want to be entered into the record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. The podium is now yours.
My name's Edward Nixon. I've never done this before, so forgive me for if I say this
Can I
wrong.
get you to raise the mic up a little bit? Thank you.
Is that better?
A lot better, thank you.
Sorry, I've never done this before, so this is something new. I'm concerned about Southern. It's a one-lane dirt road. And if they're gonna have an excess coming out of there, that seems to be a major concern. If you can see, I'm trying to, it doesn't show it on that map as well. Oh, yeah, it does. There's a church right by the CDC, and that's the only place that you have 2-lane road and paved. Everything else is dirt all the way out to 44. I'm just concerned that if that's not going to be improved and you got traffic coming through there, that's going to be a problem going through there. That was my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Mr. Abel? Toby. How y'all doing today? My name is Paul Grannon. I live on Southern Street, right beside the access point. My concern is after they make that road, the people that are going 45 miles an hour down a 15-mile-an-hour limit road, they're probably going to be able to get it at about 70 miles an hour in front of my place. But there's no way somebody's going to be able to access. As long as it stays an emergency, I'm happy with it. You answered the other questions, the access, and the time frame to build. I know they're going out to 2054. I'll only be 105 then, but they could start tomorrow if they get the approval from the county commissioners. Am I right or wrong? I'm right. So they could start anytime they want to. But like I say, I live in the southeast corner on 5 acres. And I'm usually happy with stuff that they do. But, you know, everybody says, not in my backyard. Well, I got 5 acres there. Been there for 35 years. But as long as they abide by the rules, that's my thing. But it's the access road. And they answered the other question about, I was wondering where the water was going to come from and where the waste was going to go. So if it's coming in and going out the same way, I'm fine with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. Anyone? Okay, last call, anyone? Does the applicant have any rebuttal for the speakers?
Yes, please, and thank you. Both comments relate to Southern Street and the expected traffic of 1,476 units. Not unlike the timing that we could start tomorrow, we could also start, as you say, 29 years from now. But it is important to us as well. You see the conflict we face when we put in the emergency as a secondary access. You'll see residents along Southern Street who will be concerned if it were a wide open or even a access area from Southern Street to get into and out of the community. So we expect to gate it. We'd like to limit that, but we're okay with the conditions as stated. We realize we'd have to improve Southern Street from its current status, and we would certainly want to do that. We don't want to put in a development that isn't built to withstand and serve all of the residents created by the PUD. So we want Southern Street, and it will be engineered appropriately with county standards at the time of the construction, whenever that may begin. Southern Street is currently not a great access point, and for us to make it an access point, even the secondary access would, again, requires us to upgrade it quite a bit, a large investment. We're not opposed to doing that. We would want to if and when we put in that access point. The point of the emergency access, which was questioned a couple of times by the commissioners, is our balance of we don't look to impact others outside our community. We love our area to be our area. To the extent it infringes on the neighboring properties or creates impacts on the neighboring properties, we try to balance those. In this particular case, by making an emergency-only ingress-egress, it actually lessens the impacts on the existing homeowners in the area on Southern Street. So we're trying to balance that, find that balance point in doing this. But if and when that access point is constructed, it will be according to county engineering standards and certainly our engineers as well, telling us it will properly serve our residents.
All right, thank you, sir. Staff have any rebuttal? Anything to add? Nope. All right, the public portion of the meeting is now closed. I'm going to bring the discussion back to the board. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Stone.
I support this application, but with the provision of condition number 7 to remain unchanged. I think if you're trying to blend in with multiple acre properties outside this development, 4 units per acre is more compatible than 8 units per acre. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Stone.
Commissioner
Worthington.
I too am in favor of this application. When I look at the MDR abutting LDR is often a common occurrence. It's sort of like those pieces transition to one another, and I don't feel like 8 is too much. It's already MDR. You know, if it's the consensus of the board, I'm not going to vote not in favor of it if that's the way it goes. I want to make sure that we have the access conditions correct as far as that they have to follow the land development code. When I look at this on the conditions, it specifically cites in the engineering portion, it will require minimum of 2 connections, and then according to the criteria in section 7140 of the LDC, the emergency secondary access. Is there somewhere in the conditions where it states, you know, like that if more than these two access points are required, that, you know, they will follow the land development code and engineering requirements.
Yeah, I think, and I didn't read these conditions out loud, and then with the comments on Southern Street, I was regretting that, but I think because it says a minimum of 2 connections, and must meet all separation criteria of that section of the LDC, that actually outlines the access portions. And if more are warranted, they would have to do that and meet all LDC standards. I think we've covered that in that particular condition.
And also with the RV and boat storage change, I'm fine with that too, because that happens a lot of times in small community developments like this. They have it in River Haven, they have it all over the place, so that's fine too.
Thank you, Commissioner Worthington.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Bramlett.
I'm gonna echo Mr. Stone's sentiments. The LDR that on the northern portion up there, I think that 8 dwelling units an acre is too much to match that particular area. I believe that Citrus Hills, they do good work. They put out good products. They want to be good stewards of the land. They have proven to be that, based on Mr. Abel's, even his comment about the access. They want to make their area and have less impact on the surrounding areas. I don't think that putting 8 acres abutting up to some of that LDR, anybody that's familiar with this particular area of Citrus County, it's a very, very rural, farmy, laid back, sleepy type community, super pretty. All of Citrus County is, but this particular area in particular, a lot of nice trees. So I think that just creating that additional buffer with 4 dwelling units per acre, which is actually a quarter of an acre, not 8, that would be like what, 0.125 of an acre. So I would be in favor of it. I'm just not in favor of changing condition 7.
Thank you, Commissioner Bramlett.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Shara.
I agree with the previous comments. I do believe number 7 is appropriate as worded, and the other provisions are acceptable.
Thank you. And
I
I,
agree with everything
Commissioner.
Commissioner said. The only thing I disagree with is I don't think they're trying to blend into the community by putting an 8-foot fence around. They want to be different, and they're going to have a gate at the emergency exit and entrance. So and I'm fine with that.
All right.
It's hard to hear the last 2 speakers, I'm sorry.
We just need to remember to use our mics.
I agree with the comments that just preceded this, and I don't think they're looking to blend, and I don't think it's necessary that they blend. They're putting up an 8-foot fence around the whole place, and they're putting up a gate across the emergency exit. I think that will keep them separate, and that's what they want.
Thank you, Commissioner Royce. And I'll echo the same thing. I don't want to see number 7 and the conditions change. I think 4 units is more than sufficient. And I do agree with the RVs. RV parking for residents only is a good thing. And I would be in favor if it stayed in that state.
For the purpose of a motion,
Commissioner Bramlett.
the Planning and Development Commission finds application number CPA AA PUD 24-00010 consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends approval with the conditions as discussed, number 7 and 10, of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition. And just to confirm what I meant, number 7 would stay as written.
And number 10.
And number 10.
Number 10 would change to allow the RVs.
RV boat storage for residents only, meeting LDC requirements and not being placed in the northern 300-foot buffer.
Correct.
Second.
So we have first by Commissioner Bramlett, a second by Commissioner Worthington. Any further discussion from the board? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Mr. Chairman, due to availability, this one's pushed out a little bit. It is scheduled tentatively with the Board of County Commissioners on October 8th at 5:01 p.m.
That is pushing it out, ain't it?
That's the applicant's request, not staff's.
All right, thank you. All right, next application is a PUD. Actually, let's take a 10-minute break so we can take a restroom break. And we'll adjourn back at 10:35. Well, I did. Now I don't know what I'm gonna do with the $23 million that we get to split. Closing June, end of this month, 20, 30.
Yeah. 40 units, 23 million?
Show up for Tuesday, Tuesday morning.
Who the hell was the ringleader between, to get 10 people all on the same page?
A couple lawyers.
I tried to download the motions and all this and let me get the box. Yeah, but that won't work. What do you mean? I keep trying to open it and it won't work.
Well, I spent 35 years in South.
Because I don't have permission.
We didn't tell you that? You do not have permission.
Did you sign
I did.
You must be an administrator.
I did before. I guess it maybe went off when I went
You
outside.
do everything about contraflow.
Sometimes go off. See, that's the noise of it.
You have to go in, I turn the sound off.
All 4 lanes. Hundreds of people.
I did all that.
Yeah, but also look,
No reason
there
to
should be,
no, then there's no reason to do that.
if it's available offline,
Don't need it.
you
You
go
already have
right
it.
here. These
Not
are your
happening.
offline files if you go home. So like what I do is even like if there's something wrong with the internet here, I make the packet for today available offline. That basically moves it on to the.
I'm going to be printing out the I tried to find them on my computer.
Yeah, we're good.
Robert?
Thank you. Welcome back. Before we get started, we got ex parte communications that I keep forgetting about. So
Did we call the case?
case, the next application is PUD 2024-0004, 3CA Guys LLC for.
Thank you. With regard to this application, have you had any ex parte communications to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Shara.
None.
None.
Site visits.
None.
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 Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, if we get the staff introduction, please.
sir. This application is for a PUD this application is for a PUD for an indoor shooting range and gun store in the GNC district. The property is located on North Florida Avenue in Inverness. This is looking west towards the building. Looking south on US 41. Looking north on US 41. Looking east across US 41. Looking southwest from the back of the property. The site plan for the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the applicant come forward and make your presentation, please?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Chris Gay with 3CA Guys and Second Amendment Armory. As you see here, our plan is to convert the existing structure into an indoor shooting range and a showroom. We're currently stationed out of Brandon, Florida. We have a small shop down there, and we've been looking for places to expand our product. This building came up for sale, and it looked like a good fit. So this is a rough draft of what we're planning to do there. Basically, it'll be roughly a 4,000 square foot showroom with 18 indoor shooting lanes broken up into 3 bays of 6. 2 issues I know that's on the board right now that I know we're here to clarify is the noise and off-gassing. So with this indoor range, just to meet EPA requirements, we're putting in pretty much $1 million filtration system so that the air inside the building is even as good, if not better, than outside the building. So no off-gassing of lead and noise and all that stuff is going to be able to leave those rooms, let alone anywhere else. As far as the business model goes, if my customers in the showroom could hear everybody shooting, nobody'd want to come shop. So our intent is that each one of those individual bays are completely soundproof, and they have their own independent ventilation system to prevent any chemicals, bad gases, or anything else from leaving the room, let alone the building. Then the additional one is currently the current resident or owner took out a bunch of trees and put in a gravel parking lot out there. I understand he never got a permit for any of that or anything. Our intent is to have that all redone so there's proper water runoff, and then asphalted with lined parking spaces the whole 9 yards. Again, our concept is to have a beautiful state-of-the-art facility that people would love to come to with their families and friends to learn proper gun safety and have an enjoyable place to practice gun safety and practice their trade. In addition, our intent is to install a range that has never been seen in Florida. It's a state-of-the-art digital type range, so it's going to be more interactive and entertaining for those that wish to shoot. That's all.
That's it? All right, does the staff have any questions?
Yes, sir. Mr. Gay, if you could you please clarify, there's some plans that have been submitted. One set says there is, one set says there's not. Is there going to be a restaurant or a bar or anything like that as part of this?
No, so thank you for bringing that up. So the right side there, I'm sorry, if you see that there's that big open area that says storage now, currently they have it as a bar, or tried to. Through this process of us getting approvals for all this stuff, we found out that they never applied for a permit for that bar. Our intent was to lease it out to a restaurant / bar, whatever wanted to go in there. It had nothing to do with the range. It was leasing out the excess property that we really didn't need. And it's attached. So it's just going to be a subletted out to somebody that wants to open up some kind of an establishment in there. But because of the code violations with the septic and the sewage and all that stuff, he has since pulled his permit, so it's just storage. We have looked at, in this current drawing, you see a small classroom in our showroom, is expand the training bays, so classroom for, sit-down classes like this in that wing, and just have classrooms for the training there. So no, there'll be no restaurant, bar, or any other kind of food service in the building.
All right. And just to clarify, this whole establishment is going to be inside, correct? It's all indoor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No change to the skeleton of the building. This building was built in 1962. The wiring is from 1962, everything. So our plan is to go in there and, with the exception of the concrete structure, rip it all out, start over, and bring it all up to current code, state of the art, with electrical, the whole 9 yards.
All right.
Thank you.
No other questions for them? Does the board have any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Shara.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
When we look at that drawing, what is the orientation? I can't quite make it out. When I look at that, which is north?
So do you see the blue area?
Yep.
That's a covered patio that's currently there. And then the big, large rectangle next to it is currently storage. That was the area that we had thought about leasing out, but because of current restrictions with the water and sewage, that wasn't going to be possible no matter what, so now we're just going to use it as classroom space.
Okay, and as we look at that drawing that's there now, where is Route 41?
Just below those green boxes there.
Okay, so
It's
north
on the
is to
very bottom
the
of the
right.
picture, yeah.
Okay, north is to the right. All right, when, not being familiar with any of the EPA regulations, is this a regulated industry in which you must gain not just local building approvals, but also state and even potentially federal building permits to construct this kind of facility?
Not for the building permits. Once the county approves of use, our plans then have to be approved for the ventilation. It's very strict guidelines. I can't just go hire an HVAC company to install this. There's only 7 companies in the United States that can install this type of ventilation system that will filter out all the bad air and keep it at a temperature that's right, so that people would be comfortable while they're in there.
So are there particular permits that you have to secure to have that reviewed and approved? Or your subcontract?
It is EPA regulated.
Okay.
It is EPA regulated.
EPA,
Yes.
at the federal level?
At the
Yes,
federal level.
And what is the issue, obviously, there's two issues. One is emissions, the second would be noise.
Correct.
So when it comes to noise, what is the plan there? You said you're going to leave the existing walls, and you're basically then going to rehab what's inside.
So, according to my engineer, the current walls are hollow cinder block walls. They'll be filled with concrete, and then each one of the bays will have another concrete structure built inside of that, lined with steel. So it'll be steel, 2 layers of concrete. In between all of those are foam insulators and stuff. So you'll hear less noise coming out of that building now than is what you hear now as a current bowling alley.
Is there anywhere we can go and understand what the allowable noise emissions are?
I've been looking for it. I haven't found anything that says what the number is. It says that everything I find on the EPA or whatever, it exceeds what the county says is a noise allowance at the property line, far exceeds it. So that's all I can find as far as numbers go. I've been looking for it myself, just so I could have it to present it. I did bring some information from my engineer that he's gonna talk about all the materials used to prevent sound from leaving, but even they don't have a measurable noise of what comes outside the building.
Thank you.
But if you've ever been to any outdoor or indoor range, when you pull up outside, you don't hear shooting. When you go into a showroom, you don't hear the shooting. It's because it's the way they deaden the sound indoor. The shooting is only heard within the range. That's why hearing protection is required. Once you walk within the range facility, you have to have hearing protection on.
Well, as part of the due diligence, I drove to the Villages to go to Shooter's World. And Shooter's World has a short parking lot as a fence, and then they have homes. And I walked around, while it was being used to see what the noise level would be. Now, that's a brand-new structure, but it's the only reference point I could find locally.
Yeah, and same, and I'm very familiar with Shooter's World, and that's kind of where I got a lot of my ideas for how I want it to look and act was very similar to that. So state-of-the-art, quiet as a mouse, because it's just bad for business in general.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Worthington.
good afternoon. You guys keep mentioning state-of-the-art, and it seems as though your application has changed slightly from what we have here. I just wanted to ask you, there are a number of things that were not supported by staff, like the buffer deviations and some other deviations. Are those requests still the same, or have they changed as well?
I'm not understanding the question.
So staff does not support the waiver reduction for foundation landscaping requirements. Staff does not support the waiver or reduction of landscaping islands. Staff does not support the waiver for landscaping buffers. So there were a number of LDC requirements that were requested to be waived or reduced. Is that still the same? Is that your position?
I think part of that was based on the widening of 41, that if we did what you guys request along the front of that, it'll just be destroyed when they come to widen 41. So we'd be putting work and money into something that's gonna get wiped out during a road construction widening. So we'd be more than happy to do any of it after the road construction widening when we see how much parking lot we still have left. Because we're gonna lose part of that front parking lot due to road construction widening. That's our understanding of what's gonna happen next year.
What I've done in the drawing here is currently there's 3 rows of parking in front of the building, and understanding that I'm gonna lose most of that to the widening of US 41, so I just went ahead and put a frontal parking there, and then all of our major parking will be around back, because we're not gonna have the land that is currently there in front. And as far as other buffers, our intent is to remove a single tree that's on the property now, is to add 2. So everything that's there now is what's staying there. We don't plan on expanding any farther.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
There was mentioned number of parking spaces. Right now you have 28.
I believe that's what they currently have, yes.
They're proposing 47 or more.
Yes, sir. The whole
You'll have
back
room to
area.
do that in the back?
Yeah, if you see all the lines on the top right there, that's a gravel parking lot with no indications of parking lines right now. Our intent is to asphalt the whole thing and lay in parking.
With proper drainage, which wasn't done properly by the previous owner.
Well, there was also mentioned that the DRA was conflicting with the buffer that was required.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Again, we haven't had our engineer do a site visit yet because those are expenses we just don't have to put forth. If we get denied, okay, we get denied. If we get approved, then I plan on having an engineer do the whole site plan with diagrams and everything and ensuring that we meet all county codes. Just the drawing you're looking at $60,000 for this building. And if I can't have it in this building, then that drawing is garbage because it's for this building.
Just as a curiosity, are you required to dispose of lead, expended lead in
Yes,
any
sir.
way? And
Yes,
who
sir.
regulates that?
So quarterly, if you look on the drawing here, those 3 bays or the black lines there, those are basically tire, shredded tire material, and those have to be cleaned quarterly at minimum. And they go through and they filter all the lead particles and all that stuff out of there. And then the company that we're having to install the range, they'll come out basically bi-monthly and clean each bay and dispose of all that stuff. It's all
Thank
EPA required.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, do you have something?
He asked.
Oh. I have a couple of questions for you. One, I'm gonna go back to the FDOT, the road widening. Were you familiar with the widening prior to?
Yes, sir.
We were told about it when we came to look at the
So then you know where the property line is gonna be when I get through with the road widening, right?
Correct.
So my question is if you know that, why can't you share that with us as far as your drawings? Why do you want to ask for deviations of, several things? To deviate away from it with the excuse or blaming FDOT is why you can't complete it.
Well, in my thought process is, okay, if I go ahead and do all these upgrades to this, and during this widening of the road, DOT, it's already been stated, may need to use my property to park some of their equipment on during this time frame. So does that equipment damage my thing? Can you guarantee that that doesn't happen? Or then I have to come back and fight the DOT to get the repairs done for what I've already put out money for? Or can I just push those requirements to after DOT's done, and then I can upgrade to whatever you'd like?
Typically, FDOT is not gonna use an occupied
That's not what's
property.
stated in the paperwork. It states that they could.
Could, yeah, but
could.
not likely, but I understand that.
Wordage of could, words mean things to me.
So-
Could means, all right, well, we said we could do it, so now we're going to do it.
So your intent is to put 47 parking spaces with stormwater drainage in the parking lot and to drain it to a DRA or draining retention area that's unknown at this time. Is that my understanding?
That's right.
And it would meet LDC requirements at the time?
That's right.
Absolutely.
At a date down the road?
Yep.
And then my last question is gonna be on firearms and firearm safety. Would your range allow me to come in and shoot my judge? What caliber are you gonna stop at?
So-
To where I can't come in and
Do you have a
shoot?
judge that's a 454 or a 410?
Both.
So this current range, our plan is to have it, it's effective up to 50 AE.
And then
So
who,
that's the largest caliber you'll be able to, allow to shoot in there.
and who monitors that? The state, you, or a third
Not-
party?
Just the design of the engineered space, what they're gonna design it for is up to 50 AE, and then it'll just be up to my staff to ensure that those calibers aren't allowed in.
All right, and then second question on the same thing as far as firearms. Is it just handguns that or are you gonna have a rifle range or shotgun range?
So the intent with this range is it is 25-meter lanes, and each one of them will be digital, so you can put up whatever kind of target you want. If you want to do the law enforcement qualification course, if you want to shoot cans off the wall, whatever you want, it's all digital projected, so you can enjoy it. The range will be capable of shooting some small caliber rifles like 5.56 and 2.23 and such, but the length won't be very useful for those that like to long distance shoot. It's just not going to be there. They'll be able to zoom their target out to make it more difficult, but the reality is 25 meters every day.
Okay, that's it for now. I have a couple more questions I'll reserve for a little later.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commission? All right, thank you. All right, we get the staff to come forward.
Good morning. Joe Hockadell, Principal Planner. This application is requesting to allow for an indoor shooting range and gun store in the general commercial district. The property is currently the Sportsman's Bowl Bowling Alley located just north of Inverness, which you can kind of see here. So here you can see this is the existing bowling alley and the parking that's in the front, which the applicant has indicated some of this parking may be removed as part of the State Road 41 road widening that's proposed in 2026, according to the engineering or technical services staff. And so here you can see another picture of the parking lot in the front there. So this is the gravel parking that was placed without a permit in the back. As the applicant stated, there have been some improvements to this site without permits. One of them is the clearing and establishment of this parking area, which does not currently meet land development code requirements for parking lot design. And there was also an overhang, little outdoor patio area that was placed on the site approximately in 2020 with no permits. And so here you can see an aerial of the subject property to give you an idea of kind of how it looks with the unpermitted parking area over there on the left side. And this is some 3D renderings that were provided of the outdoor patio area. And here's the site plan. Now, there are some inconsistencies on what has been provided. So there is a stormwater report that was provided, and if you look at the site plan or master plan that's provided as part of that stormwater report, it doesn't seem to match this plan. So that's where some of the concern came in. It shows a stormwater area that's right up to the property line in the rear. So we're not sure how that's going to interact with the required buffering. And some of the parking layout and things like that aren't delineated on that plan, even though it's a paving, grading, and stormwater plan. So we have some inconsistencies on what was submitted. There are also some deviations in redevelopment incentives that were requested. So because this building is a non-residential building and it's been an establishment for a long time, they can request redevelopment incentives for it. Specifically, they have requested a waiver of the landscape buffer due to the road widening, parking landscaping, foundation landscaping, and facade requirements. Staff's position is there's really not a whole lot of landscaping on this site anyways, so they have the room, they have the capability. They've got to rework that parking area in the back anyways, so we feel that they should include that landscaping. They also have some, based on the paving and drainage plan, they had reduced parking required. That's where the 28 spaces came from. Based on our knowledge of what uses are being proposed, they are required to have 47 or more parking spaces. So as long as they provide the required parking, that would be good, but we would not be in support of any reduced parking for this site. The applicant did also provide a letter indicating the site currently uses existing well and septic. However, they didn't provide any kind of level of service calculations for that, so we don't know if it is meeting standards, if it's going to meet standards based on the proposed use. We have no letters from the utilities stating that if they have central water or sewer available. So that's another question staff has is this going to be able to meet concurrency for water and sewer? The area itself and the use does appear to be compatible with the area, the surrounding area. It's all non-residential in that area. It's got some industrial land uses. So as far as the compatibility is concerned, they have some similar type intensities around them. But because of the inconsistencies and the lingering questions we still have, it's hard to determine how well this is going to be compatible or if it's going to be consistent. So.
All right, does the applicant have any questions for staff? No. Does the board have any questions for staff?
Yes.
Commissioner Worthington.
Joe, do you know where the stormwater is supposed to be on this conceptual plan?
I will see if I can find it in my packet. There is a plan. I have it as 242 of 7373. It's part of the drainage plan. And it is under Appendix 2, Soil Profiles.
My page 242 is something different.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know why you guys have different. My 242 is the next application. Or no, wait, it's the first page of the staff report.
Yeah, me too.
So in my packet, it is prior to our PowerPoint.
PowerPoint's before the staff report. So scroll back a little bit.
And it's titled Drainage Structure Schedule, Paving, Grading, and Drainage Plan, Sportsman's Bowl. Sportsman's Bowling.
It is 242.
But I printed that.
When I pull these things up, I'm on 228, and I'm getting to it right now. Yeah, this is 228.
Okay.
Yeah. So they'll lose.
Could that be shown so we can see what it is?
I don't think we have a slide of it.
We don't have the slide.
It's online, but I can.
Almost all of the parking back there that's on that page? Except for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 spaces?
I believe that's showing the parking lot the way it exists, the gravel area back there.
Do you know the height of that building?
I do not know the height of that building.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you. Wait, one more thing. Do you think that they can accommodate stormwater and parking, in your opinion, based on your experience?
I believe it can be done. I don't know if what they provided meets it, but I think it can be, I think they can do it.
Okay.
I have a
Commissioner Stone.
Joe, just out of curiosity, why is this before the Planning and Development Commission? I mean, it's in a place that's zoned general commercial. It's obviously a general commercial establishment. Why isn't this just handled under zoning? Why are we looking at it?
Because the general commercial district requires a PUD for a shooting range.
All right. Thank you very much.
Joe, I have a question for you, and it's going to be on the noise standards, because I'm sure that's going to be a big thing we're going to hear today. I know the noise standards must meet the outlined area for the Citrus County Code of Ordinance. How does our noise levels compare to the state?
I can't answer that. I know that we have a noise ordinance in the Code of Ordinances. I do not know how that compares with the state requirements.
And the second question is, would you consider the shooting range to be part of a recreational?
It is a type of recreation use.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Shara.
Beyond the scope of the PDC, which entity, county or state, would ensure that the design standards that would be forthcoming if this was approved do in fact meet the requirements, noise, emissions, lighting, drainage, retention?
So if this gets approved, they would have to get building and site permits from the county. And so we would review them in accordance with Land Development Code, and the building division would review them in accordance with Florida Building Code. So they would have to go through that review, and then I don't know what the state and federal government requires for their requirements. So I'm sure they would have to meet whatever state and federal requirements there are as well.
All right, any other questions for the commissioners?
I have a question for the staff, for Joe. This presentation obviously is a little light, right? Like there's some questions we all kind of, in your opinion, most of the ideas and the issues that we're dealing with on here, it seems like they're just like some buffering, some parking. You've mentioned that you think that the parking can be satisfied without allowing any of the deviations more than what's allowed. I'm not really up to speed with what the redevelopment standards are. Is this a questionable application in its current and present state to you, or do you think that based on the amount of data and information that they've provided, what's available, that in working with the county staff that they could get this to a workable solution for everyone?
I think in its current state as presented, it's questionable. But I feel like based on the size of the property and what they're proposing to do, I think that they can make it work, but I don't have the information in front of me or in front of you to say yes or no that they can do that.
What in your opinion, we think drainage is a question, right? They've got sort of that drainage retention outline area that appears to take up quite a bit of their parking area that they're showing there. And then what are some of the other questions that you would have in your opinion? I want to see if your questions align with mine.
So I think they can meet the landscaping requirements. I think that's something that could be done.
Yeah.
As far as the parking lot design, I don't know if they have, if the current layout is going to be able to meet parking lot design for space width, space length, the internal drive aisles, plus the landscape parking, or parking landscaping that would be required. I don't know if they have that area currently sufficient at this point. And I don't know, and I have no idea about stormwater. So I don't know if they have enough space for their stormwater requirements or not.
Okay. And then, so the last question I have is the buffering along 41 where there's going to be, road construction, has it been typical ever in the past for a condition to read, upon completion of right-of-way or road widening, that the land development code standards be met for front road buffering or front property buffering?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. It's obviously, and it probably doesn't happen very often. I mean, road widening is much more prevalent now than it has been in the past. Okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions from the commissioners? Thank you, Joe. All right, this time the public portion of the meeting will now be open. If there's anyone present who would like to speak on this application, please come forward to the podium. As a reminder, individuals will have 3 minutes and organizations will have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, please address the board. If you have any documentation that you want to be entered into record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Laura Meadows. I'm the current CFO and board member of Ziggy's Haven Bird Rescue. And we are the adjoining property on 2 sides to this proposed gun range change. I'm not just the board member, I also have a personal bird that resides at Ziggy's Haven in an outdoor space, and our outdoor birds are our largest concern. Louis has been there since 2017, and with any luck, he has about another 50 years to go that he's gonna call Ziggy's his home. Ziggy's owns the property, not us. So the birds own their own area. Anytime the board members, something happens to us, Ziggy's as a community member is going to stay as hopefully an attraction for years to come. We're dedicated to providing a safe and healthy living environment for our animals, and we also do a lot of community outreach and education with our youth. We have intervention services, so we have a lot of value added to our community. And I'm here to express a strong opposition to the proposed gun range directly next to our sanctuary. Our primary concern is the incompatibility of a gun range to a parrot rescue. The biggest risk to the birds is the health and safety of the flock due to lead contaminants. Now, the gentleman did say that they're going to have state-of-the-art, the best of the best, and that's what EPA designates that they should have. So good that they're going to follow the regulations. The parts per million that's allowable to come out of that facility is based on not affecting humans And a bird's lung system is extremely different from a human's. A canary in a coal mine was brought down there because it would die well before the miners would be affected by any of the pollutants, and then the miners would have time to come out and not be harmed by what happened, which actually killed the canary. Our parrots have that same lung system. The vulnerability to lead causes neurologic conditions in parrots and or death, and what is safe for a human can kill a parrot. Any contamination over time is really what we're worried about. Maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but 2 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line, the accumulation of lead that does come out of the building or pollutants out of the building collects on their roofing, collects in their drainage system, runs off their building, or is in the air, is going to affect our birds. There was a great shot on one of your slides that shows Ziggy's Haven right behind it. And it shows that property line. Those storage buildings will be indoor-outdoor aviaries on our next expansion. We own 17 acres. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And if you're going to speak, you don't have to wait. Just come at the front row and so we can jump right through. Thank you.
My name is Kimberly Phelps. I'm also a board member of Ziggy's Haven and a caretaker.
Can you give us your address, please?
My address is 4698 West Bobby Court, Lecanto. I'm a board member and a primary caretaker for Ziggy's. Today I come before you empathizing the integral role Ziggy's Haven Bird Sanctuary plays in our local community. Just yesterday, we were doing a presentation at the Boys and Girls Club. We do community presentations. We are very involved in the community. We have children, families, seniors, clientele that rely on Ziggy's. I'm sorry, as a general person, seeing a gun range next to a rescue could really affect our clientele. A lot of people, they don't understand, what an indoor gun range is. You've had a lot of questions. We've got a ton more, and the general public doesn't understand a gun range next to a sanctuary. And that can affect us in the long run. It can affect us in the short term. People will quit bringing their families. They'll quit bringing their children. They'll quit bringing their birds for us to care for because they're afraid of what's next door. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Linda Fernandez. I am a volunteer at Ziggy's. I've been there for...
Please state your address for the record.
I'm sorry. 3528 South Belgrave Drive, and that's in Inverness, Florida. I'm just very concerned, just like they have said, about what this is going to do to the birds. I bought my birds there in the summer. Right now, they have classes there with children that they're teaching about the birds and how to care for them and all that. And I just don't think a gun range and a parrot rescue are compatible. I mean, there's got to be other places where they can go that's more open, more away from businesses and public. And I'm sorry, I'm getting really nervous about this now. And it's just, the health and safety of the birds and the people who work there and volunteer there. I just think it's a horrible, horrible idea. I mean, yeah, I'm sure they want to expand their business and all, but I just really don't think it's a good idea to have this business so close to the birds. I have a lot more that I feel inside, but I really just don't know how to communicate it. But please, please consider the birds. They have a bird there that's over 90 years old, and they have other birds there that have been in horrible situations, and they've taken them in and to take care of them, and to see any of them harmed by breathing in anything would be an atrocity. So please consider helping these birds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Champagne. I live at 3749 East Baxley Place, Inverness. I'm a bowler at Sportsman's Bowl. I know they said that the bowling alley itself was built in 1962. It says on the building 1960. Now, I don't know because I wasn't here in 1960. I was only 13 years old. But I don't think that we need a shooting range there, and I want it known that I have nothing against anybody owning a gun legally. My husband was a rifleman and an expert on pistol. And I learned to shoot when I was, 10 years old. Back when you didn't have to hide your guns, you could hang them on the wall. But anyways, in the last year, this bowling alley has been my sanctuary. My husband was sick for over 2 years. He passed away last September. And the bowlers that are here with me helped me through that. I have nothing against this shooting range. I really don't. And it looks like they know what they're doing, but I agree with the people from Ziggy's. I think it's in the wrong place. I believe that this is a historical building. It's been there for over 60 years. And back in 1961, I think it was integrated. Did you hear of any other place in this county that was integrated in 1961? I know the gentleman that started bowling there in 1961. He still comes to the bowling alley to watch us bowl. I think it should remain a bowling alley. I think it should remain an open bowling alley to help people like me. This last year, there was 9 leagues in that house. 2 of them were children. I think they had over 150 children there weekly bowling. Some of them were from a school that's homeschooled, and another one was just a league that they could bowl and then can stay and watch their parents bowl on Fridays. The children on that league are such good bowlers. Evelyn Baum, I think is her last name, is the manager there. Her son just turned 14 years old. And you know what? He has a 190 average. He goes to all over the country to tournaments. He's gone to tournaments so many to earn scholarship money so he can go to college. I think it's very important to this community that this bowling alley stay a bowling alley. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jose Chavez, live in 5477 South Burr, and I'm the current owner of Sportsman's Bull. Thank you for taking the time to see me. I just want to say I appreciate the work that Ziggy's does with the animals. I think that's great. And I appreciate the bowlers and all the support I've gotten over the last couple of years that I purchased the place. But at the end of the day, there's 2 facts here, is that it's a business, and I'm a businessman. I have to make income. And sadly to say, as I know there's here people that support the bowling industry and everything, but it's not the same as it was a couple of years ago. And at this time, I'm spending money out of my pocket to keep that place open. And I'm not going to be able to do that for long. These people want to come and take this building that they say is historic and renovate it and make it state of the art. You know, when I purchased this property, I didn't know, well, I knew that the bird sanctuary was next door, but I didn't know that we had to base every decision because there's a bird sanctuary next door. It's a commercial area. It's capitalism. There's going to be another building there. If I can't make money off the bowling alley, I'm a welder by trade. So if I see that there's more income using that space for my welding operations, and I come to you guys and I start the process to turn that into a welding warehouse, then I have to ask Ziggy's for permission to do that too. I mean, they're more than welcome to purchase it if they'd like to. I mean, they said they want to expand, but at the end of the day, you know, I have to make some income as well. So I just I appreciate all the help I've gotten over the years with the bowling community, but it's not feasible to keep going like this. So I really hope that you guys take into consideration what these guys here are trying to do and bring more life into this building, because honestly, I would just hate it to just see it another empty building or be here in a year fighting over trying to use it for something else. Thanks for your time.
Hey, Mr. Chavez, Mr. Chavez, if I get you to fill out one of the yellow forms in front of the podium and bring it up here to the recording
Oh, yeah, of
secretary,
course.
please.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Dwayne Trea. I'm a sanctioned league bowler, and I live in Citrus Springs at 8236 North Saracen Drive. I am opposed to the bowling alley being turned into a shooting range. Sportsman's is a historic bowling alley, or historic building, as has been mentioned. And it's been open for 63 years. So this 60-year-old building was not intended to meet the requirements for an indoor shooting range, some of which is 6 inches of concrete and steel plus rubber. Most of the structure, as they mentioned, is going to have to be rebuilt in order to meet the specifications. And I've worked construction. With a renovation project like this, you never know what you're actually going to have to do until you get in there and start doing it. And significant construction right next to a bird sanctuary is problematic in and of itself. I've done some research on gun pollution. The best HEPA air filters can only filter out particles 27 times smaller than a red blood cell. Lead particles from firing a gun are 100 times smaller than a red blood cell. The best systems in the world, it's based on OSHA. It's based on OSHA requirements, as was mentioned, which is for humans, not for animals. Contaminants at a dangerous level are going to get out because the filters don't stop it. They're based on humans, not birds. They're going to settle on nearby surfaces. It's going to get on people's hands, clothes, and shoes, which are going to be washed. It's going to end up in the water supply. It's going to end up outdoors. Rainfall is going to come, and it's going to move those particles and contaminants, in any direction, especially right next door at Ziggy's. Even with strict protocols, it's impossible to prevent this from happening. There are many outdoor shooting ranges in Citrus County already, with another indoor range being developed in Crystal River currently. It would be tragic and devastating to the sport of bowling and the community if a historic building and thriving place for safe family entertainment were destroyed to add another shooting range. Clearly, our community is not in danger of losing its shooting ranges, and there are countless other properties in Citrus County where a shooting range can be built. If this community loses a bowling alley, it's gone for good. Nobody is coming in to build a new one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi there, my name's Gene Gunn, and live at 3190 North Wheaton Point in Hernando, Florida. I'm here really just to echo what's already been said. Again, I'm nothing against gun ranges. The problem is my kids have three birds from Ziggy Sanctuary. I foster birds there all the time. The problem here is what you're going to run into I'm in public health. Lead contamination is going to be is a problem with indoor gun ranges. I'm glad to hear that they're willing to do HVAC in order to keep the people that are inside the building safe. That's a big problem with indoor gun ranges. The problem is the off-gassing that's going to come. Like the gentleman just mentioned, there's no way to filter that out. You have hundreds of birds within, I don't know what the distance is, but maybe 100 yards of that outlet, of that air. The lead is going to accumulate in the air, in the groundwater, which the water there is going to be shared between those two properties. Again, gun ranges I have no problem with them, but the fact is, putting it next to this particular place it really is not feasible for the birds, and again, Ziggy's is an integral part of this community. It was one of the first places my kid during COVID was homeschooled. It was where I sent my son in order to get socialization while we were dealing with COVID. They're very near and dear to my heart, and so are the birds. Again, there's plenty of places in this county where you can put a gun range. It doesn't have to be at that bowling alley. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Anyone? No one.
May I speak again?
No, ma'am, thank you.
I just forgot to say that the integrity of that building, I think you should hold off on this road to pay all this, because with the road construction coming through, if the integrity can't.
Mr. Chair, none of
Ma'am.
this is being placed on the record because she's not at the microphone.
Yes, so if you wish to speak and continue, go to the microphone. But I do have please hold on 1 second. Madam Attorney,
May I speak again?
I'm sorry, I'm out of line, am I correct?
You're out of line.
Thank you, ma'am, I cannot accept any more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just
Applicant.
echoing your words.
I know, I heard it. As it came out, it was too late. Mr. Gay, do you have any rebuttal for the speakers?
Just two things to address. We never sought out to destroy a bird sanctuary. We found a building for sale in Citrus County that met all the requirements we need to facilitate a gun range. We only found out about it when she threatened to sue us for putting it in next door. We didn't even know it was there. So that was never our intent. We definitely want to be good neighbors and do the right thing for the community, for the birds. Hunters and shooters alike nationwide are the biggest conservationists on the planet. Everybody else just wants to put up buildings to destroy everything. Without wildlife, we don't really have our sport anyway. So it's a huge piece of what we want to do. Secondly, for all of those that are opposed to bowling alley closing down, we totally agree. Bowling alley is a wonderful place, but the gentleman came up here earlier. The numbers aren't there. Nobody's going to buy the bowling alley. It's going to close. It's either going to close and become something else, or like he said, close and become a vacant building. Because we're the only ones in a year that have even bid on it. So it's going to end up changing hands with something. And then currently, we talk about all these chemicals in the air and all this stuff. On the other side of the sanctuary is a paint and body shop and an auto repair facility, and we're not concerned with any of that. And those produce just as many harmful chemicals for the environment as a gun range would. So like the gentleman said that kind of supported us, it's an industrial area, or a commercial area, sorry, and we all do what we can to make sure that we're being good stewards of the environment. But the bowling alley is going away whether we buy it or not. So it's not our intent to shut down the business, to bring business in life back into this community that doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, the public portion of the hearing is now closed, and I'm going to bring the discussion back to the board for any further discussions. Commissioner Bramlett.
I would say that this looks like a pretty decent plan for the location. I would probably have some concerns about the regulating the air that comes out of it. That's way above my head, and I believe it's above this board's capacity. I'm definitely not a scientist. I feel like the presentation is a little light. I think that we talked about that in front of the applicants. I think for me to fully get and stand behind and support it, I need more information. I think that they need to get with the staff and tighten up their presentation. As it sits today in front of me, I would not vote in favor of this. With the items tightened up, like I said, with the staff, I would lean more towards supporting it at that time.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Worthington.
I appreciate all of both sides, from Ziggy's and the Bowlers, but the fact is that the owner has found a buyer for this property. I agree with Mr. Bramlett that the application is not complete, we put the PUD process in for a reason for an indoor gun range, and that would be so that we could see a complete picture and know how it would impact the community. If they were to come back, I mean, I'm not even saying that, I just need to see a true conceptual plan that indicates all of the things that are required by code. If that were done, then we could evaluate it then.
Thank you, Commissioner Worthington. Any other commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Stone.
yeah, with their presentation, I think the drainage and the parking are relatively minor issues. The air quality is a concern, but I think if they're going to alleviate that concern, they're going to have something like a full-blown study of what the air quality is now and what the air quality would be after their facility was in operation. I'm sure that would probably be pretty expensive to do, but I think that's what it's going to take to move it along. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Stone. Okay, that leaves me. I guess there's nobody else wants to speak.
Mr. Chair, I have some
Madam
thoughts.
Attorney.
I have some thoughts to share with you.
Yes, ma'am.
So just remember under the case law that it is the applicant's burden of bringing forward an application to you that demonstrates that they've met all the requirements of the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan. So if you're feeling like there are things that you would like to see, then they would have not met their burden, right? If there are things about the LDC or the comp plan that you feel like that they haven't demonstrated they've met, then they haven't brought you a completed application, and perhaps the applicant would like an opportunity to bring forward an application that meets that burden, but it would be up to the applicant to ask you to continue it. The other thing I would like to say is when you're making your decision, just please bear in mind that the law requires that you make your decision based upon the evidence that's presented to you today, not your personal observations of perhaps other businesses or your life experiences. You have to solely restrict your consideration to the evidence and testimony that's presented to you here today. And then finally, I would state that we heard conversations about potential condemnation actions by DOT. Just bear in mind that when condemnation is sought, that if a condemning authority is condemning property, there must be just compensation paid to the individuals or the entities. So those considerations really are not for you to consider whether or not someone is losing something or gaining something. That would be up to the negotiations between the condemning authority and the property owner. So those are not something in the LDC or the comp plan that you're supposed to consider.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Now with that, I'm going to just say my little comment that I have.
It looks like the applicant is coming up to the podium.
Forgive us, we're very new. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. So because we don't quite understand the buffers and the drainage thing, we've done a lot of the research digging through. In fact, I got with Joe about where I can see the rules, and at the time when I asked, the link was broken on the site, so I couldn't even see what the rules were. I will continue to work with him and figure out where the drainage is supposed to go and what the buffer zone is supposed to be, so I can add that to our rendering. I request a continuance so we can fulfill the packet requirements.
Mr. Chair, I motion that we offer the applicant a continuance.
Second.
All in favor for continuance, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Thank you.
You've been continued, sir. Thank you. All right. Next on the agenda is OA-2024-00002. Sir, LDC amendment.
All right, this one looks very familiar because you heard it at your very last hearing. The reason I'm here before you again is because in all the discussions, we failed to get a formal motion recommendation from this board. So I'm not planning on presenting the entire application again. We really rehashed that quite a bit last time. I am going to talk about the consensus items that we did do. First off, we talked about accessory dwelling units, proposing up to an option of a conditional use to go up to 1,500 square feet. Staff had originally proposed 10 acres, and this board recommended 5 acres. You can see in the attachments, I did highlight in yellow the changes that I got the consensus of the board, but not a motion. Another item, we talked quite a bit about animals as pets. We did remove the small mammals and small reptiles idea completely, and instead just said one type of these animals. That would avoid the menagerie of ducks, chickens, and rabbits, but guinea pigs, hamsters, turtles, etc. were not considered part of that based on this board direction. And finally, we also talked about having construction trailers and pods on active construction sites. That's in the Land Development Code now. It's nothing to do with the Florida Building Code, but simply can you park a pod while you have an active building permit? Right now, you can do it for up to 1 year with 2 one-year extensions. And after discussion with this board, we did say for residential, you can do it with one-year extension. So for 2 years instead of 3, that's the only change to this table that was proposed.
I'm sorry, Joanna, can we stop you along the way?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Please do.
I still disagree with the animal thing, but also,
Yeah, you did express, excuse me, it was not a unanimous consensus that we have one type. Yes, thank you.
okay, regarding the construction trailers, when you say this is not related to the Florida Building Code, if in the Florida Building Code it has, timelines and things that have to be allowed, if, say, there's a permit that's active by a commercial builder, non-residential, and they cannot fall within this timeline that the LDC has set up, how would it be handled if the building code says something else?
Well, the Florida Building Code's always going to overrule. That's a period. But what this is for a pod, which does not get a permit. It's a separate, I'm building and now my permit is for whatever, and I want to put some construction-related items on the property as well while I construct. And if for some reason it takes more than, it says 1 year with 2 one-year extensions in our land development code, if a commercial project takes more than 3 years, they take more than 3 years. It says active building permit, and that's the thing that kicks in. So as long as their building permit is fine, they can go up to 3 years now. They're going to continue to go up to 3 years. But for residential, we're proposing it back, dialing it back from 3 years to 2 years as an option.
So say they hit the 3 years, but they still have an active building permit.
Then they can continue, yes. If the Florida Building Code will allow it.
So what's the purpose of this?
The purpose of this is to make sure that residences do not get a permit and then have a pod sit there for 3 years.
So what if it was a residential and it was a builder doing it or whatever? The timeline, the bank held up the mortgage, yada, 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 and then they run up against this too, but they have an active permit still. What happens then?
Well, usually those are the people that would be asking for the 1 year extension or another 1 year extension.
And then what happens when they meet the 2?
If we're at 3 years for a residential project, most likely that building permit's not still active. But we're not in the purpose of enforcement. This is based on complaints. This is the land development code. We don't go out there and say, it's been 3 years, go away. I can't recall a residence trying that that had an active permit. They usually have to repurchase and continue, and the clock would start again.
Clock starts again when
If they repurchased, yeah.
After whatever.
Yeah, once it expires, yes.
Repurchase permit, you're saying?
Repurchase the permit, right. We don't, these are not permitted related. These are people that have to already have a permit for something. Now, a permit for windows doesn't give them a pod, for a year, and that's where you have people trying it. But this would be you're constructing, but it dials it back 1 year. That's it. The building code standards are still timelines not touching.
So permit for windows not considered construction-related activity?
It is, but it's really more, can I have a pod there for 3 years for windows? No.
Then maybe it should say something different, like.
Well, it allows them, and we don't say, the windows was probably a poor example on my part. I get that more with the RVs. People want to live in an RV while they're building a house, redoing their windows. And frankly, that's not something that we can say, sure, no problem for a year.
I don't know. I wonder if construction-related activities is then the right term.
Right. Well, we wanted to make sure this is simply about pods and construction trailers. This is not about the RVs, and I probably misspoke when I said the windows. Didn't mean to confuse you.
I don't feel confused. I think windows would be construction-related activities, you know what I'm
For somebody
saying?
living in an RV on the site.
No, I don't think they should be able
Okay,
to do it. I'm saying
no,
maybe
that
the
is a
terminology.
construction. Yes, that is a construction-related activity, and if the window contractor or the owner had a trailer full of windows, they can park it here because of this standard.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that something we want? I mean, when I thought we were talking about this, I thought we were talking about construction of a building or something like that. I didn't think this meant, you know, we're putting in an air conditioner, so we're going to park a trailer full of air conditioners outside your house.
That's the current language that you could do that. That's all current language there except for the underlines. But again, we would enforce this with a code compliance complaint. So if we have an AC person that has a trailer full of ACs, it's probably not a single-family residence, first of all, but they would act on complaints. So code enforcement would go, what are you doing? And then, yeah, we just stored it today and we're moving.
But what I'm saying is, should we change construction-related activities to something that is more in line with what we're trying to do with this code?
Yeah, my hesitation is simply because I think that's a general enough term that it lets us catch those unusual ones. Obviously a house, obviously a Target. But if they're doing, they've had a fire and they have to completely redo the kitchen, I get it. They're probably going to have to put some stuff outside for right now that's part of their construction. Owner builders all the time have it, and it might not be a house. So that's why it's so general. That's my reluctance to just make this just for residents, single-family residents or non-res. I get what you're saying.
Remodeling too.
Yeah. So the existing language is working pretty good, except we're having some residences that want to do it for year after year after year, and they're not making any progress. But once their permit expires, this is done anyway. So I don't know that it's really going to get where I'm trying to go with this, which is the houses that have the pods for 3 years. But
And they have active permits?
yeah, they can extend the permit over and over. It's rare. And I don't, like I said, I don't know that this is really changing much. But based on our discussion last time, we dialed it back to just residences. And non-res can continue to do the one with renewable up to 2 more years. That was the only changes I really got from y'all. You did not support the animal schedule of requiring people over 10 acres to to meet the animal schedule criteria. And we also, based on the suggestion of the county attorney, put in a reference to the specific section about the clear visibility triangle. We did say elsewhere in this LDC, and she had referenced we probably should say exactly where. So you see it does reference section 7180, clear visibility triangle of the LDC. I said I didn't want to rehash it. You guys are so good last time, but we just didn't get that motion.
What about the metallic building?
Okay, thank you. You're very good. Been a long day. All right, so the yellow is what was proposed for this from this board. So what we had is a single-family residence accessory dwelling unit that fronts on the right-of-way, so not the sides or the rear, shall not have prefabricated steel panels or metal material with a visible metallic appearance exposed. And that's what this board hashed out. I know Mr. Hall had talked about there are some metallic structures that don't have a metal appearance. Okay, absolutely. We're not going to say that's metal. It's appearance. We're looking for character. Does not apply to mobile homes. That was one we spent a lot of time on. And I appreciate the comments that we got. And just didn't get that motion.
I make a motion that we accept.
Not yet.
Mr. Chair, I have one thing to add. If we can go back to the very first one about accessory dwelling units, I had a property owner watch the previous version, and they have a large tract of land, so they asked for your consideration and discussion a possible escalator of a second dwelling unit. So if you had 10 acres, maybe you'd be allowed a little larger than 1,500 square feet, and then 20 acres if you'd be, and set a cap at some point. I told them I would bring it up for discussion to this board. So for instance, if you have, this is for 5 acres, you can ask for a conditional use for 1,500 square foot. If you had 10 acres, maybe 2,000 square feet, and 20 acres, 2,500, or something to that effect. I'm just spitballing numbers out there. They were thinking of multi-generational, big tract of land where you could have a dwelling that would accommodate kids, grandkids, that type of thing. Anyway, I told them I would put it out there since we're bringing it back, so I'd be open to your comments.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Worthington.
What I think about that is there are certain, my question would be, aren't there certain plots that cannot be divided? And then what if down the line, when they have actually larger residences on 10 acres, then does it create a situation where we have a bunch of people coming in trying to divide it up later and sell one side and the other side? Do we see that as a consequence of something like that?
We always think about the next property owner and not necessarily the person that's in for a permit, but what happens, 10, 30, 50 years from now when that person, when that generation dies off or they sell it or what have you. But I just wanted to put it out there for those folks. The cost of living is really high right now, and if you can accommodate your kids or your grandkids on your property, I think that was the direction that they were going.
I agreed. When people come to us and they want something more than 850 square feet, we talk to them about, can you subdivide? That's our first thing, is can you? And sometimes they can't, sometimes they won't. This shouldn't be for the won't, this should be for the can't. But
Seems like that would run afoul of plating requirements.
Yeah, I don't think we ought to get into future family planning for people that may want to put up a house. They need to do it like everybody does it before. Subdivide the property or buy a new property. I think the 1,500 square feet with 5 acres is pretty accommodating. If they want more than that, then they need to go out and look for a regular property, not just.
And that's living area. That's
Living in a
not
shed.
anything else attached or detached.
On that excuse me, on that particular item, is it necessary to have the capitalized conditional use approval?
Yeah, that is an actual application term. So yes, that's why that is. Conditional use is an application, just like an Atlas amendment. It's a name. So as an application type, I would have it capitalized, yeah.
So in actual practice, they would have to come into the county and
Come before y'all,
actually come before the PDC
right.
to build a 1,500 square foot
Second residence on
second
one
residence
parcel.
on one parcel.
Right. Right now, they can't. If they want a second residence on one parcel and you can't subdivide, you can now go up to 850 square feet of living area. This was an accommodation to try to allow larger, people wanted larger second houses on the same parcel. And then, of course, I have the people complaining, you're now turning us into a multifamily neighborhood. But Mr. Landon's correct, too, is people do want to live more and more with their families simply for economics.
Do we need to have a conditional, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
Yeah,
off.
no, you're going where I'm going. Do
you need to have the conditional use? I think that if we do it, we'll get constantly 1,500 square foot. People go up to the 849 and the 850 all the time. So it's up to you. If you think a second residence on every residential parcel in the county should be 1,500 square feet, we can change it. But right now, it's 850. And this is an option that
Not every, it's at least 5 acres.
Well, okay, true. I thought you were taking out the whole thing, but yeah, it's just conditional uses are case by cases. So sometimes they're going to fit. Other times they're going to turn an area into more of a multifamily area. So some places they may not fit. Some places they're going to be perfect.
No, I don't think it could turn into a multi-family because they're on large lots,
I think the 5 acres is the limitation. Yeah, if you kept the 5 acres in and not the conditional use, is what you're getting at. Okay.
Yeah.
That's up to the board.
So Joanne, excuse me, how do you feel about his
Well, this he just sprung it on me just now. It's hard to establish that threshold, but there's no magic number. 850, 1500. There's no scientific basis on that, and I think it's reasonable to maybe say 2,000 with 10 and see how it works. And if it's a disaster, we come back. But we initially said 10 acres for the 1,500. So
How would that play for somebody like me that's an investor and have 10-acre tract now, and I can put another rental property on there, and would that?
Well,
how would that affect that?
right, I guess cottage accessory dwelling unit aren't supposed to be rental properties. We know
I
they're
know.
turning into those, but they're not supposed to. They're not supposed to be the Airbnb, VRBO things. They're supposed to be for family, to do that, and the primary owner resides on site. So,
It doesn't say that, though.
it used to, and I'm looking at it, and it doesn't anymore. It says for non-commercial occupancy only, and you could make the case that I'm making money on it. It's kind of commercial, but I'm not trying to go after rentals. Just he's right. If for an investor purposes, you probably want more. You want to be able to get it. Right. Is it appropriate everywhere in the county? That's why we thought the conditional use was a good idea, because some places no. But if you keep the 5 acres in, that'll stop the little tiny waterfront communities where this probably isn't a good idea. The 5 acres would.
I kind of like Eric's idea myself, but I'm only one of the.
Going up to 10 with a larger, maybe 2,000 at 10,
Yes.
something like that.
But I think it should be capped out at like 2,000 square feet, period, for even if it's 20 acres.
Right. Well, if we designed it that way, it would be up to 1,500 with 5 acres and 2,000 with 10.
Or more.
With or without a conditional use, and y'all need to give me some feedback on these.
I never said I was opposed to it. I just wondered about the ramifications of the change.
Yeah, the change is allowing bigger.
What's the process of them to come in? I come in and say I want to build an accessory. We come into conditional use. What do I need to provide? If
you're meeting the 850, you need just a permit. But if you're trying to go above and this passes, you would come before this board. We've had some conditional uses, but not a ton of them. It's a special use in the land use district, so they're going to have to give us a site plan, show us where everything is on the property. How are you dealing with well and septic? Most times you'll need another septic for that, possibly another well. How are you getting in and out? That kind of thing. And then we'll look at the area. Is it appropriate? Is it not?
But I don't have to prove it's for my daughter or my mother, or there's
that particular it says non-commercial occupancy, but no, you don't have to say, and I swear it'll always be a family member. How do you define family?
If this is new construction and I want to build a home plus a casita or this additional parcel.
One of the words we hear, yes.
Yep.
Casita.
Do you need to go through conditional use?
Not if you're doing the 850 square feet or less of living area.
If this gets changed to 1,500.
If this gets changed to it, and it depends on what you decide, but we're proposing case by case because it's site specific, up to 1,500, perhaps up to 2,000 with 10 acres.
Is this taking a lot of your resources and time in terms of the conditional use process for these?
Like any other application that comes before you, sure, but they also ensure that the specific special use is for that particular property is appropriate. I think the conditional process is very important. I think it's very good in that it keeps us site specific. Is it important for a dwelling unit, accessory dwelling unit? It usually serves its purpose and makes sure we have it fits this neighborhood. The neighborhood's not going to scream, and it fits.
So your recommendation would keep conditional use?
I think so, but I understand Ms. Worthington's point as well, so.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Attorney.
I think one of the most broad-reaching decisions that you guys make is when you're making law, and that's what you're doing. You're making the law right now. So when you make law, when anybody makes law, whether it's this board or it's the legislature, you write the law for the mainstream, but you have to consider the outliers and the loopholes. Everyone's going to find a loophole, right? So when you make a law, you want to make it as objective as possible so that those that are enforcing the law can enforce it equally across the board. But some of the issues that staff is going to run into is the things like the VRBO You just want to make sure when you write the law that staff can either determine whether it's appropriate or not, so. They won't be able to make any determination if you take away the conditional use. It'll just be a free-for-all. If they meet the 5 acres or the 10 acres, the 1,500 or the 2,000, there will be no questions for staff. It'll just happen. So do you want that or not? That's what you gotta decide.
I would say we want the conditional use.
I agree.
I've been here as long as I've been here on this board. The conditional use serves a purpose. Every property's different. The things that people want to do with them are different. I think it's a benefit to the public to have it have to come through this commission, whether it be this particular one or the ones in the future. It's just going to keep people honest to the code, to what's allowed. I would just like to interject on the sizes. I wasn't in favor of 5 acres before, because I think what about 2.5 acres? That's a very large property. You're talking about over 100,000 square feet of land that if somebody owns it, why can't they have a larger accessory dwelling use? 850 square feet is tiny. You can barely live in that. As a real estate agent, the land costs, the impact fee costs, every single cost that's across the board, everything I'm reading in all of my materials and that I read constantly is accessory dwelling units are on the up and up. Communities, California, areas like that where land values are just through the roof. And in my opinion, I know it's not comparative, but compared to what it was, Citrus County is very, very expensive now. It used to be an affordable area. Florida in general. So if somebody has plenty of land and they're going to come through in a conditional use, why do we care how big the extra accessory dwelling unit is? I think, in my opinion, I think it should have been 250 or 850 at 2.5 acres, and then you just go sequentially from there. 5 acres, 1,750. 10 acres, the next largest one, and then cap it out. That's just my personal opinion. I think that we should do anything and everything that we can do to help empower and give the public an ability to develop their property and help create living residences for their family and their friends, or however or whoever that may be, to make it cheaper and more affordable.
The concern I have with limiting it and having a scale of acreage like that is simply, I know people will subdivide after they get their accessory dwelling unit. So I'm hearing a lot of ideas, which are great.
What's the safeguard if I live in a 900 square foot house, built in who knows when, but on 5 acres, and now I want to build a 1,500 square foot house, move into that house, and then use the original house as an accessory building? Is there a safeguard there? Because that's going to create some code.
Right. It's just 850. Now you said 900, but if the living area is 850, yeah, you can make the older one be the accessory dwelling unit, and that happens. Sometimes people build new houses and want to stay in their older house. That happens. As long as they meet the 850 criteria, they can have that second residence. Of course, there's deed restriction areas that are not applicable here, but I get that we kind of want to keep the conditional use, but you don't want to have the 5 acres, or you do want to have the 5 acres. I'm not sure. I'm getting mixed, so.
That was just my opinion.
No, I understood. That's a mix, though. That's important.
What if somebody does this and they have a 850 square foot place, they put it up there, and then they want to sell everything? The new owner comes in, wants to put an extension on.
They're limited to 850 for that second unit, so a permit wouldn't be approved for a second residence on one lot that's more than 850 living area, whether you want it or not. It doesn't matter the owner. You're not locked in, but in Citrus County right now, on a residential lot, you can have one residence and one accessory dwelling unit up to 850, and period.
Can they be split later?
Yeah, you could split it, and if you split it, then that 850 cap goes away, and it's whatever you want to develop your residence for. And that's what, when people come to us and they want more than 850, that's the first thing we're trying to help them with. Can they subdivide? Sometimes they can't. As Mr. Brimlett talked about, there's a lot of 2.5 acre parcels. Those in RUR, they can't subdivide. That's way too small.
I think that's where the origin of this came from, is there's a lot of parcels in the county that are 10 acres and can't be further divided. 10 acres is a large piece of land, and if you want to have a second residence for a family member, you're kind of stuck, especially if that family member is, a couple that has children, then that 850 is pretty restrictive. So that was the entire genesis of this whole conversation is property and land and dwellings are so expensive right now compared to 5 years ago. Giving a new option to have some multi-generational on a single piece of land is kind of where this conversation started.
And when this started way back, we had guest allowances, period, with a conditional use, no other limitation. We had a lot of them, an awful lot. And so that's why the 850 was a cap. We can put the 850 as an allowable and whatever they want to ask for as a conditional use to come before you. We might get a lot, but we might not. And remove the cap or do the sliding that Mr. Lane is talking about, or come back to you if things aren't working at all and change it again.
It seems that as we get into this, we initially, as we were draining the swamp, we decided that, or was proposed that this is a way to maintain the quality of life in a certain size lot, and be able, so the neighbors also can maintain their, if you will, what they invested in. And now we're getting into a social area of high cost, families, the ability to bring more families in. That one sentence doesn't meet the second test. If the second test is what we ought to be getting into, then it needs to have some more thought, and maybe it is a graduated table that gives people more leniency when they can't, as compared to won't subdivide a lot. So you've got two objectives here on the table, and we're trying to cover it with a sentence. I don't think that sentence covers those two objectives. Quality of life for those people in and around, including Airbnb and others, versus multi-generational concerns.
So, do you want 1,500 square feet with conditional use in 5 acres? That sounds like it's not quite getting on board.
Joanna, if we have to do conditional use for all of these, why don't we just say proposed, anything over 2.5 acres, you can apply for conditional use for whatever size accessory dwelling unit?
That's a compromise that I was getting to, but you summarized it well, is we would take out the 1,500 square feet, and it would be proposed with conditional, maybe increased with conditional use approval and parcel at least, you want 2.5 acres. That's kind of an unusual acreage amount, but you can't.
I don't know.
I know, there are subdivisions that are 2.5, but there's also 2 and 1.5 and 3 and 5. But.
Excuse me.
Madam Attorney.
So what objective criteria is this board and/or staff going to apply whether or not it fits? How do we know if it fits?
What fits?
Whatever they're proposing.
If we open it up to everybody and one says 8,000 square feet and one says 500, but what do we, she's correct.
What are you using for objective criteria on whether or not to approve the conditional use?
What criteria did we use when we determined that 850 was the number?
I told you, there's no magic. We didn't actually. We started at, I think,
Why wasn't it
750.
1,000 then? Because you said in the beginning it wasn't any square footage.
But, yeah, and then we went to 750, and it was a little small, so we ended up going to 8 and then 850. We scrolled it gradually up. It's
Right.
just more of a demand on what people think they can build.
Yeah, and now more people are living in one residence, so 850 is a tiny little home. 2-bedroom, 1 bath. I'm selling one right now that's 850 square feet, and it's not very big.
Tiny homes are still a thing, though. I mean,
But we're talking about we're not tiny homes on a 0.15 acre lot. I can understand, but we're talking about a 2.5 acre, 5 acre, 10 acre, 20 acre tracts
as
of
a second
land.
residence.
Correct.
So I think what Ms. Lynn's getting to is that we need a little bit more numbers. Then all bets are off on numbers.
Because here's what's going to happen. You've got a 2.5 acre tract with a neighbor who is, sort of close to the property lines, sort of close. Because what's our requirement? 7 feet minimum. So let's say the neighbor is within 7 feet. Well, let's say this 2.5 acre person wants to put the accessory dwelling right here next to that, and they want it to be 3,000 square feet. This neighbor over here is going to be pitching a fit. Blah! They're gonna put 3,000 square feet, which is gonna dwarf this person's, the side. You see what I'm saying? So that seems like it doesn't fit, right? It doesn't seem like you'd put a 3,000 square foot accessory. What if the primary is only 1,500 square feet? And now we're gonna let the accessory be 3,000 square feet, because we have no limit. That doesn't seem to fit. But maybe if it's a 5-acre parcel, maybe that seems to fit. But it's up to the absolute discretion of whoever's sitting here and whoever is staff to decide whether that seems to fit or not. So if you're gonna open it up that broadly, I think you need to have some objective criteria. I'm just,
Isn't it up to the discretion of whoever's sitting here now with this?
within reason. I mean, right now, it's 1,500 square feet, period. At least you have something, you know. But I envision a situation where they've got a 1,500 square foot dwelling that grandma and grandpa built in the 80s or the 60s, and they come in today on a 2.5, I'm trying to think, a 4-acre lakefront lot, and then they want to put you know, in the 1,500 square foot home is down on the lake, and back here towards the road, they want to put 3,000 square feet. I mean, these two lots on the lake coexisted for, you know, 50 years, but now in modern, you know, it's just tough. I think that you guys are giving yourselves way too much discretion, whether you realize it or not.
So we can consider a sliding of 1,500 for 5 and 2,000 for 10?
I mean, I think you just put it out there and see what works. If it
Yeah,
doesn't work,
and
then we
if-
change it.
Believe me, we'll come back to you if it's not
Kind
working.
of the same thing with
Well,
the
but-
whole
but-
construction trailer deal and the pods.
No, we're putting the limits in. It would be proposed up to 1,500 square feet with conditional use for 5 and 2,000 square feet with conditional use for 10 acres.
Or more.
So if I'm lucky enough
At
to get
least
my
10.
application in today, it's gonna be fine, but oh, wait, that's not working. So a month or two later, it comes through the process and you guys change it. Whew, I'm glad
You're
I got my
waterfront.
application in early, because now it's gonna, you guys just, when you're making law, you got to think long-term.
And
Before we make a decision, can we open it up to the public to get some more input?
Absolutely. This is, I hadn't planned on this kind of discussion since we hashed this out before, but it's good.
And since we have to
We have to
make
open
a
it anyway.
motion, so I
Yep.
gotta open it up
Are you done with
anyway.
me then, on everything else?
For a
if-
minute, we
if-
want you to come back, reserve
Yeah, I'm
your,
not, I'm leaving.
we're gonna bring you
If
back.
if I have 7 acres, then how come I can't have a 1,800 square foot house or a 1,900 square foot house? If I
Not that
have
kind of prorating. We're not prorating.
a-
Yeah.
Right, exactly,
Or 2 or 3 accessories.
right.
All right, well, at this time, I'm gonna open up the public portion of the meeting. So is there anyone present that would like to speak on this application? Please come forward to the podium. As a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes, organizations have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, he gets 5. Application, please address the board. If you have any documentation that you want to enter into record, please give to the recording secretary. Good afternoon, Mr. Hall.
Afternoon, my name is Gaston Hall, representing the Citrus County Building Alliance. I submitted a document that hopefully that you all have. The first item we want to talk about is 2,500 types of uses, AA. This is where you're going to ban metal from the front of the house. When you ban metal from the front of the house, what you're going to do is you're going to eliminate soffits, fascias, sliding glass door frames, window frames, garage doors, entry doors, all metal roofing systems. Is that what your intent is? Because that's the way it reads.
No.
So that is a big issue with us because you're eliminating a lot of products that are used every single day on a lot of houses and commercial. The second one is the residential accessory use. When that was first put in, we had testimony from the Florida group. We had testimony from several counties of what they did at that point in time. The main emphasis was at that point in time was their single teachers, single firemen, single policemen. There's people that come in to take care of elderly people. That was the type of person that was going into those types of units. And that's why we came up with the 850, because that was a number that was derived from a lot of counties that already had it in place, and also from the Florida group that does it countywide. They came and even offered to come and do a presentation, but it was turned down. But that's what the 850 was originally for. And that was for any size lot. having to meet all the criteria that's in the LDC. The 1,500 came up with a 10 acre, and we dropped down to a 5 acre. But that's still sitting there as a, if you read the full section of G, as a non-commercial occupancy only. So unless you change G, by changing just this criteria here, you're still going to have it applied as a non-commercial occupancy only. So there's no two houses, there's no two people in that thing. You can't separate it because of the paragraph that precedes this number. So either you need to change the paragraph where they actually can, have their caretakers, have their teachers, all the people that start off at very low income. And that is being used statewide. There are a lot of them going in now because of just that thing, so expensive. How do you house your people that come in to work in your commercial areas, your first year policemen, teachers? You get old, you need a caretaker there full time. Do you want that person to live in your home, or do you want to live in an accessory unit that's right near your home? You also talk about in this thing is it's not just the ACU, it's guest cottages, garage apartments where the structure is actually built over your garage, so it's part of the main house. So you're taking all these things and putting it into one bowl when there are actually a lot of different applications for this. Our third issue is back to the construction-related activities. Homes right now can take up to 2 to 3 years to build. I can start having to go out and clear and get my soil borings. It can take me up to a year just to get all the stuff ready to apply for a permit. Then we get our permits and we get started on construction. Well, then you run into the problem of, can you get the materials and the subs on the site at the same time? And how long does that take between each one? Trust is if you don't order them almost as soon as you start the permit, you don't have them because they're out so far. Concrete, block, all that's becoming scarce. Our workers, there's not as many workers here as we used to have, so you can't get trays of materials on the same site at the same time. That's why you notice all this commercial stuff that's going on, almost all those subs are not from this county because they follow those people around and they do their work, which means that, we don't have people who stay in this county because you can't get all the work they need. So they go to the villages or someplace else where they get constant work, which puts more of a strain on what we have for our subs that are available to come out. So timeframes like that are just crazy. When I come out to do a commercial site, I have to do stuff to meet the state and the county's things. I got to clear, I need a permit. That's my first permit. That's even before the engineer started his drawings. So I take all these soil tests, I take all this stuff to make sure and give it to the designers. We may be 1.5 years to 2 years just to get the permit. And we're already 2 years into our timeline because I already pulled the permit on the site. That's not going to work. What's going to happen when you're sitting there at a commercial job or a residential job and a code enforcement officer shows up in your site and says, shut it down, you got an active building permit? Not going to work because there's going to be some problems there. If it's a post-construction site and that person shows up on the site, we may have to call the police and have them arrested for trespassing. So there's a lot of stuff that's behind the scenes here that we spelled out in the letter that we sent you. And the Florida Building Code can be extended by having an inspection every 6 months. So the permit doesn't expire as long as you do an inspection every 6 months. It takes 6 months more. So 3 years, sure, I can have an active permit for 3 years and only be at the frame stage. So a lot of these things you look at it singly, but you need to take the building division, you need to take all these other entities that fall into this and make sure that you're compliant with all that stuff. Any questions?
Thank you, Gaston. Anyone else like to speak on this? Five. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning. Michael Serwinski, environmental consultant, speaking as a private resident today. My private residence is 1129 North Chance Way, Inverness, Florida. I'm going to direct this at staff because I can remember the original comp plan and speaking with Avis Craig, who worked on that. This is talking about the accessory units. When we went through and did the 20 and 40 acre coastal residential, wasn't there an allowance for familial use and additional homes allowed in that original, when we talked about the original comp plan and making those land use decisions out in the coastal areas? that there were certain 20-acre tracts where they built. In fact, I think there's a few on the Crystal River where they built 3 homes on that 20 acres as long as it wasn't subdivided and there was some sort of deed into. I'm just trying to gain a historical perspective because you started talking about 5-acre, 10-acre, and I'm taking it a little further in the history. Is that still on the books? Is that still the way we approach some of those coastal lakes? You don't have to answer right now. I think it's a good idea, perhaps, you know, as Denise Lynn said, having a table, and Robert, you know, having something objective, a table that goes along with square footages based on acreage so that the staff can make those decisions and not be so subjective on it. Construction-related activities for construction trailers and pods. I think the original discussion was we're seeing a lot of residential tracks where people come in. And I ran into 3 or 4 of them in the past few months, and they've got one of those train units on there. What are they called? Those storage units? And I don't even.
Shipping containers.
Shipping containers, thank you.
Sure.
Having a senior moment. And I think the intent there was we need to get some of those, we need to regulate those. We're seeing somebody that's come in, bought a parcel, and they're not moving, or they've submitted a permit application, but they're doing things so slowly. And they've got a storage unit up there for 2 and 3 years where they have camping gear, a stove, an LP unit, and they're going out there on the weekends to kind of clear slowly. And I believe that might have been the intent here. So if we could direct it more towards what the intent is, I think I don't have a suggestion, but I think the regulation would be clearer if we said this is the objective and this is the regulation for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone else like to speak on this?
John O'Connor, 3835 West King B Street. I'm kind of confused that the county has no problem with these big builders coming in with the 1,000 homes, going up to as much as 5,000 homes in some of these neighborhoods, and allowing 8 homes per acre. Yet when it comes down to this, we're looking at 850 square feet, I believe Ms. Katu said. I am all for the 1,500 at 5 acres when you brought up going 5, 10, and so that's, I don't see how the difference when we start wavering back and forth with 1,500 or 2,000 square feet on 5 acres, to me seems like absolutely nothing. We have all kind of room, even taking out my pastures going around the house. So that's where I'm at. I kind of don't see the division. On one hand, it's okay for 8 homes per acre, but on another hand, you can only do 850. So I am for the 1,500 or 2,000. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, please?
Can we speak to 3730 at this time?
If you need to speak, come to the podium, please.
Paul Darty, 3481 West King B Street, Lecanto. I was here the last time you folks went through this, and I had a few questions about parts of 3730, the animal portion of this. It shows 6 types of low-density residential, port district, et cetera, that you are allowed to have animals on virtually unrestricted. But when you flip this over to item 7, it talks about the raising of those animals described in subparagraph 1 above for non-commercial purposes shall be permitted in the medium-density residential district subject to a conditional use approval. Well, we've been talking about other things here. Conditional use approval sounds like you're not allowed to do what you want to do with your property unless the county says you can. These conditional use approvals, from what I've gathered, have a 2-page application and they have name, rank, serial number kind of stuff on there. It doesn't actually say, you just kind of fill in what the conditional use is going to be. And it doesn't give you any criteria as to how it's going to be judged by whoever's coming from the county to do this, just that they're going to put flags in and stuff like that. And they've got with a week or so to do this, and they can come on your property anytime between 8 and 5 and stuff like that. These permits, if you want to call them that, conditional use permits, are quite expensive. They're $600 a shot plus $10 an acre. To ask people on pieces of property with medium density residential in excess of 2 acres, which are allowed to have these permits given to them, to foot that kind of expense is kind of discriminatory, to be honest, because you don't do it with anybody with lower density, and the higher density ones you kind of exclude. You've created, again, a kind of quasi-gray area in here by having this kind of permit. I would submit that the county needs to do something a little different, like take medium density residential and they can append things to it like mobile homes allowed. Why not medium density residential animals allowed? Why can't you have some kind of zoning or land use coding like that and apply it to people with these larger pieces? We have large subdivisions slated to go in north of our area on King B Street. The Crossings is trying to come into the south. They're going to be on very small lots. These are going to be very high density kinds of things. They're going from LDR to MDR. If somebody were to say take 7, 8 of those lots, put them all together and make 2 acres, are you going to allow them to put animals in there with this conditional use? That'd be an interesting little scenario, wouldn't it? I think this thing needs to be rethought a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Anyone else? You've already spoke, sir. We can't have you.
On that part of it, with the animals?
It was the entire ordinance is what you were speaking on. The staff have we're ready for you again.
Ready for? No, somebody else.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Lori Corbin. I live at 1962 South Connie Point. And I also would like to speak about the animals because I don't agree with what y'all are doing and putting that burden on certain people. Even if they have the acreage, it should not be there. I don't feel that this board should have the right to tell people what they can have and cannot have on their property. And that goes for the dwellings as well. Because like you said, you're going to be putting 8 houses to an acre, and you're telling people that have animals, have many farms, that they can't have an actual building out there to have somebody on there to help them. So I really think you need to really think about what you're doing. Because I don't think you understand all the rules and laws that are going in that you're actually supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else?
Hello. I'm Cheryl Howard. I live on 3444 West King B, and I'm going to try not to cry this time, I promise. So I am in the process of applying for a conditional use for our animals. As I mentioned before, when the Crossings was here a couple months ago, I have animals on my property for my children. My children raise them for the county fair. They participate in both FFA, Future Farmers of America, and 4-H. They're not able to keep their animals anywhere else. They can't keep them at the school property. That's a limited space. My kids go to the Lecanto schools. They can't keep them anywhere else. So we have them on our property for my children. That's the purpose of having these animals. With a little bit, we do put some of our pig in our freezer. So I'm in the process of trying to apply for this conditional use, and my concerns are that I have to pay $700. I have 9.8 acres, and I am only allowed to have about 10 animals on 9.8 acres. I am not able to round up to 10 acres because that's what I was told, but yet in the fees, I have to pay $10 an acre, and I get to round that 9.8 acres to 10. So you can round it for a fee, but you can't round it for use of what I would like to do. I am zoned to MDR, and I purchased this property so that we could have this space for my children and our animals. I'm not trying to build 8 homes per acre, which I think is what MDR can do. I don't know, it's a lot per acre. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to have a dozen animals for my kids. And I've got plenty of space to do it. That's not gonna bother anybody. All of my neighbors are sitting here. My animals do not bother my neighbors. My other concern is by applying for conditional use, is that taken away? Do I keep that until I own my property? Is that something I need to consider as well? If this crossings goes in behind me and I am approved for conditional use for my animals and I meet all the criteria, is that gonna be stripped away from me? Are my children gonna lose their animals? Are they gonna lose this chance? They're learning about animals, they're learning about agriculture, and that's something that is taught in our schools because they have agriculture class in the schools. So if they can't participate in after-school activities related to school items, I don't know what else to do. I mean, I just want animals for my kids. That's really it. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Anyone else? I will try it again. Ms. Katu.
Okay. First, there is no change to the medium-density residential requirements for animals in this application. I don't know why there's a confusion, but it's not part of this application. It's been there. It was in there in the 2012 code. I didn't go back. I think it was probably sometime in the 90s where that was put in place. It's not changed. I don't know why someone's applying suddenly for a conditional use in MDR. There's no change to that section in this particular ordinance. Mr. Excuse me, it's been one of those days, Zawinski, talked about an old standard. The original comp plan had a lineal descent area. It was taken out in the early 90s. It did not work. It was for subdividing and placing additional homes. Unfortunately, no, not in place for some time now. Trying to say the things from Mr. Hall. Again, this is not impacting Florida Building Code. He was talking about how it's going to take you years once you contract and then you get materials and things. This is not that. This is from when you get an active building permit, how long you can keep active construction material on the site. And no one is going to go out there at code enforcement and tell an active builder with an active permit and it is progressing with the 6-month inspection that they can't have active storage. This is exactly what was stated. Is there's residential sites that pull a permit and then have no intention of ever moving this. This is their way to store something on a vacant lot. Mr. Hallel did us a good talk about soffit and downspouts, and while they were there, I had to actually Google soffit because I'm not a builder in any way. We can change the visible metallic appearance exposed. This does not include soffit or downspouts. Perfectly fine with that. I don't want to go too far in. It's a facade and an appearance, so I don't really want to do that with the door because I've seen the metal pull down doors as someone's door for a living unit, and I don't want to approve that. But I think making an exception for soffit and downspouts is absolutely reasonable.
And fascia.
Yeah. I'm a little concerned about that term. I know what it's supposed to be, but I also see on my lovely Google search that I've had builders in non-res try to expand what they call that. And I know he said it. We can say it. I'm just afraid of an interpretation from someone, the same people that are trying to force the metal shed construction for houses. But we can add it if you want to. I just have some concerns about that term because I've seen it be abused. Soffit, I think, is much clearer.
Well, the fascia is a lap board that attaches to the truss or rafter.
I understand what it is. I've Googled the heck out of it while everyone was speaking, but I have also heard it, especially for non-residential sites that constantly fight us on facade, that, oh, that's all it is. It's just fascia, it's fine. And it's not. It's very visible and very much contributes to the appearance. And so that particular term I'm a little leery of, but the soffit and downspouts, absolutely. I think I've addressed it all. It's up to you all on the, we talked about the 1,500 for 5 acres and the 2,000 for 10. But I need a consensus. And a motion today, please.
Joanna, can we talk about this animal thing? I know, this specific instance is because she lives in MDR on a large acreage.
No, it has nothing to do with their acreage. Medium-density residential since probably around, my guess is somewhere in the early 2000s, has required a conditional use to have farm animals. It's in existing language. It's not proposed to change. There's no change proposed with this application at all.
I thought there was some sort of exemption for the fair you mentioned.
Yes, there is for educational projects, yes. There is an exemption in there but they can't keep them year-round.
But she still has to pay $700?
If she wants a conditional use, we don't really know why she's applied for this. We have no complaints. I mean, I understand it says conditional use needs it in MDR, but I have no active complaints to knock on her door and say, you must do this. But the language is not changing. MDR is staying MDR. It has been since, more than 20 years. We're not proposing a change to that. And I really don't want to do that. We didn't advertise for that, and I really don't think this is the time to start making that change.
I understand why it exists, but I'm just trying to figure out the particular person's situation.
She has some MDR. Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
We don't make law based upon one person's situation.
I know. I'm just trying to understand it. That's all.
So can you address Mr. Hall's concerns of 3101 about the contradictory paragraph?
I wish I could. I think I didn't quite understand what his concerns were. He seemed to be concerned because it says non-commercial occupancy. I don't really quite understand what the concern was there.
I didn't either, so that's why I thought maybe you did.
I'm sorry. It's clearly for residential uses. This is not for a business to put it, this is for non-commercial. So this is residential only.
Maybe he's thinking that once somebody turns it into a VRBO, it becomes commercial. Maybe.
Which isn't
But
right.
I didn't understand what he was saying either.
Well, to me, the word guest refers to commercial use, because now they're.
I don't think so. My guess
No,
would be my
my guess-
family or my friends, yeah.
It's very difficult in this day and age to define family. It's very difficult to define lineal. Everybody has their own idea of what family means. So guest means, my best friend comes to visit. They're a guest of mine.
I let them be there.
I'll let mine too at Airbnb and collect money from.
Well, to collect
But
money, but.
to get back on this, I think the board's in consensus of what, Mr. Bramlett? I know you're anxious to read it out.
No, I'm not anxious to read it out, but I'll tell you what my consensus is I think that it should be 2.5 acres and then 5 acres and then 10 acres up to, and then it goes up sequentially 850, 17, 2350.
I think that imposes an unnecessary complication in just trying to approve an accessory dwelling unit. I think the 1,500 per square foot for 5 acres is good, flat, cut and dried, and let it be. We're not here to solve everybody's problems. We're here to give people an option if they want to get additional use out of their property. Personally think that this will just encourage Airbnbs, which I think are a curse upon the land. And so 1,500 for 5 is good for me. I won't support anything else.
What I would say is the average square footage of a Florida home is 2,000 square feet. So I think 5 acres, 2,000 square feet, 10 acres, 2,500. I don't know what your number was.
I just said 2350
Okay.
because it was 850 times 3 or whatever.
Remembering this is a second home, not a primary residence. I realize what you're saying, the average, but this is their second home on one parcel.
Well, if you have parents and then you have the reason they would want a second home be for their families to move in or however it's working out, they might want an average size home.
The good people, not the loophole people.
the loophole people will be there at 1,500 too.
All right, so we're all over the map, but I'll need a motion, please, today, since I didn't get one last time.
Commissioner Scherer, you got anything to add? Last chance.
No.
Commissioner Royce.
I have a problem with if you let somebody do something like this and then they can't sell it. Or they go to sell it and as separate residences, and the second one doesn't come up to code for some reason because it's too close to an easement or public right-of-way, or it's, its driveway is too close to somebody else's driveway.
Still
Because it
needs to be
wasn't built
permitted.
with that intention, but now the guy wants to sell it. As two different residences, what do you do?
It's only one lot of record, so they can't split the two residences and sell one and not the other, because it's only one lot of record.
Can it be
So that
permitted?
situation couldn't happen. It's gotta be sold as one lot of record, one
If
parcel.
I have 10 acres and I put my kid's 1,700-foot house back at the back quarter or something like that, I can't sell that?
No, you'd have to plat it.
I'd have to plat it.
And this is a way of people getting around having to plat. So if you've got a family who has 20 acres and they want to split the property between their 3 kids or whatever, generally, they would be required to plat that 20 acres to create individual lots. This is a way, if you only have one kid, or, I guess one kid, that you can keep your homestead and give your kid the other and not have to plat it.
But then you'd have to sell them together.
Yeah, that's one lot of record, you gotta sell it all as one package, so to speak. If you wanna sell them individually, you gotta plat them.
Got it.
Mr. Chairman, I think I fibbed. I'm losing my way here. And the reason I'm losing my way is that I thought we had something established that was clean in terms of 1,500 square feet on 5 acres. And it could be enforced, and in fact, the folks who have to do this for a living, enforce this, had clear-cut direction. As a compromise, it was discussed, taking that 1,500 square feet at 5 acres to make it 2,000 square feet at 10 acres or greater. And that seemed to make sense. So many more discussions about platting and lots of records and others, which I think are fundamental to the discussion, but you can parse it down to, the minute detail, or you can give it a high level, make it a conditional use, and then I think it's a reasonable compromise. So 1,500 square feet, at least 5 acres, with one step up to 2,000 square feet at 10 acres. And if that doesn't work, then you have to build a table, and you have to build a table with clearly defined limits so that the people who are enforcing it know what to do. Otherwise, you got confusion.
Well, my thought is leaving it proposed up to 1,500 square feet with conditional use of a parcel at 2.5 acres, and that will cover a 10-acre or 20-acre tract, a 30-acre tract. That's still at 1,500 square feet. I think a 1,500 square foot accessory house is plenty big enough for, 2 kids and 2 adults. And to kind of compromise on the acreage to cut down to 2.5 without having to build a table, without a long process. It'd be very simple.
I mean, the only thing I would say is that it's not really a table. It's either 5 acres or 10 acres. At 5 acres, it's X. At 10 acres, it's Y. If we're using the 5 acre minimum, that's not really a table. That's 2 items, 2 different numbers. You either meet it or you don't.
I'll
If you have
support
2.5
acres,
that. Or 10 acres or 20 acres, it'd be the same, right? So there would be no table. It says at least. You gotta meet
It's
the
the
minimum
at
of 2.5.
least is the way it reads.
Right.
At least.
Yeah. So we have at least 2.5 acres.
No, I don't agree with the 2.5 acres. It's too small.
That-
Particularly
yeah.
if you can put a 4,000 square foot house on it.
No, you're limited at 1,500 square feet.
Okay.
The only, as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking of the people that are gonna call and want 1,700, 1,800, 1,900. Because you have you got 1,500 and you got 2,000. So what if they want 1,800?
It's a proposed up to.
So
the-
on 5 acres or 2.5 under your scenario, they only get up to 1,500, but if they want 1,700, they gotta have 10 acres?
Correct.
Yes.
Mine was just 1,500 straight across the board. 2.5 acres to 20 acres. Or 2,000, if that makes everybody happy, but just one, make it simple. I know the permitting office is already busy and slammed, and then they gotta come in here and spend money to sit in front of us, and we're not always the funnest group to be around. Just ask Joanna.
Y'all are challenging, but I appreciate it. Let's get a motion.
I will just say, you know, from my personal experience, when I was looking for a home here in Citrus County, myself, my husband, my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, we wanted to buy 10 acres, but it could not be divided. It could not be divided. We wanted to put 2 houses on it, live side by side on 10 acres. I mean, that is a lot of land. I just don't understand why we think this is such a big deal to be talking about 2,000 square foot house on 10 acres, or 2 homes on 10 acres.
For example, are you already a 10 acre members?
Oh, because of zoning. I was trying to figure out why you couldn't split 10 acres, but it was because of the zoning. So the
Yeah.
zoning is what prohibited.
Yeah,
So
and there's a
this is-
lot of that in Citrus County. We
Right,
have a
so
lot
this is a way to get around zoning.
for the larger parcels.
Right.
Correct.
Zoning and plating.
I'm personally, I'm on the side with Miss Worthington with a larger. I mean, I think it should be 1,500 minimum, or 1,500, up to 1,500, up to 2,500. Leave it at that. I don't, if it's a problem, then it can come back, but we have to make some sort of determination today. 2 houses, one being 2,500 square foot, the other one being whatever. Even if it's a 5,000 square foot house, who cares? On 10 acres or more, that is a huge parcel.
With conditional use.
With a conditional use, right, that way it comes in front of a board of the public that they can see and say, okay, yes, this isn't incompatible with the area, and it's not putting any undue pressures or anything like that on any surrounding neighbors.
With no objective criteria.
The objective criteria is the land size, I thought we just talked about.
Well, that's the only thing then.
What else does there need to be?
We also talked about square footage.
The square footage and the land size. What else does there need to be?
Well, if it,
We
if
also
it
talked
meets,
about distance from the property line.
right, if
Yeah,
it meets.
that's all part of the conditional use, though. That would all be just because they have to fit to the land development code. And if somebody's gonna come in here and show that they're gonna build a 2,500 square foot house right next to a 750 square foot house on the adjacent parcel, well, maybe that commission doesn't agree with that. It's all subjective.
How about a quadruplex totaling 2,000 square foot as your accessory structure?
It's not even permissible. It has to be a single-family dwelling.
Well, you're talking about family members moving into it.
It's 4-bedroom then.
With a conditional use, and, you know, I think that this board should find the consensus. So we have a couple here. Is anybody else in consensus with what we're talking about?
I'm okay with it.
May I just say one thing?
Yes.
If the only criteria that you're gonna apply is whether it is land size and square footage, then why do they need a conditional use if there's no other criteria?
What other criteria was there here?
None. There is none. That's what I'm telling you. Like, that's,
And what other criteria should there be?
that's not up to me. That's up, like, you know, how far away from the property line, what kind of buffering, what kind of landscaping. You could have those types of things to make a square fit in a round hole or whatever. But if all you're saying is it needs a conditional use and then it's up to the beholder of whoever's looking at it, whether it be staff or, you know, the 5 people here, then there is no objective criteria. The only objective criteria is land size and square footage. That's it.
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't know if we're going to come to a consensus here today, or if this is something staff has to go back and look at again, if we need additional objective criteria. But, I mean, it seems like we are spinning our wheels and finding nothing to make a motion on.
I agree.
The rest of the ordinance amendment, please. Please make a motion on the rest of it, if not this section.
Can we have a rooster?
Well, and the eight, I think y'all agree on the 850.
Well, it is currently.
Oh, why is it
850.
in red?
It's just a highlight on the slide
Oh.
to jump out at them.
So the only other concern with
And
the
also,
other-
this is all Eric Landon's fault because he was the one who
Brought up the whole sliding scale, yes.
Yeah, the sliding scale, really.
If, and I'm, because I muddied it up with my comment, if we could move forward with it, the language as previously proposed, if the board can ultimately decide when it goes before them, if we can share this video, this YouTube video with them, they can listen to the conversation or read the transcript, and if they decide to do a sliding scale, then they can do that. But I hate to go forward with nothing. I'd like to go forward with something, so if that's what was previously discussed, just to get it on the table so that the commission can talk about it, that would be my suggestion.
Meaning the one up there that they previously recommended, which was 1,500
Right.
with a CU and 5 acres.
Right, at least it gets it before the board so they can decide. Based on the discussion that you had here, they may have a consensus once it goes forward.
Well, it seems like 3 of them are on the same board, the 3 in the middle.
Yeah, we have what, 1,500 with at least 5 and 2,500 with at least 10.
Is that at least 5? Okay.
That's
I've heard all over, okay. 1,500 for 5 and 2,500 for 10. All right.
So the only other concern that I would have on this whole ordinance is 2,500. I really believe that the aluminum fascia should be allowed.
You think the word should be allowed?
The
Well,
word
that can go
fascia.
forward with your recommendation.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you my input.
Yeah.
typically when you talk about soffit and fascia, they're talked about together,
Agreed,
soffit / fascia.
I get to
It's
deal
hard
with
to
the
have
ones that
metal
try
fascia
to
and wood.
weasel in
I mean-
otherwise, but
Yeah, right. I can totally see where people are trying to use the word fascia for facade, but they're spelled completely different and they mean two different things. That's just, those engineers trying to,
Yeah, I know.
oh, it's facade.
understood. Okay, so they would exempt soffit,
I
downspouts,
may
and
stop at
fascia.
Culver's.
So any other changes or any other concerns on this ordinance that anybody wants to address before we make a motion?
Would you please read it? Would you just read the dwelling piece for me? Thank
The
you.
dwelling, so what's proposed is up to, and I'm sorry, up to 1,500 square feet with conditional use approval for parcels that are at least 5 acres in size, and up to, I heard 2,000, 2,500?
2,500.
2,500 square feet with conditional use for parcels at least 10 acres in size.
That's it?
Yes.
So they can put it next to the fence and they can
No.
not put bushes in and they
You
could
still have to meet
chop down a tree
setbacks,
and.
and it's gonna be a conditional use before you. So if that's the scenario that she said, that would be a good one to say, but you'll have the conditional use to review.
Side yard setbacks are 7,
5
5.
usually,
5, excuse me.
5 standard.
That's just a standard LDC is 5, so it
That's-
couldn't get closer to 5.
That may be standard in a community that has 2,000 square foot houses 10 feet apart. But if you got somebody with 10 acres and he wants to put this thing on in his rear quarter right next to this other guy's barn,
That would be a good reason to bring up in the conditional use as to why it shouldn't be there.
but that would just be a protest then, right? From the neighbor.
Can we say something about, to address the zoning dodging issue? If they do this accessory structure to avoid the zoning in the particular area that they're at?
That's what this is,
I mean, that's the whole that is the whole purpose of allowing this, is so that they can get around zoning.
If they can subdivide, we don't see them like this. They just subdivide and do however big a house they want.
For the purpose of a motion,
Thank you.
the Planning and Development Commission finds application number OA 2024-00002 consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends approval with the much discussed and documented by Ms. Katu updates of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
We have a first by Commissioner Bramlett,
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shara. Any further discussions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
No.
Let's do a roll call, please. Commissioner Shara.
Aye.
Commissioner Royce.
No.
Commissioner Barmas. Yes.
Aye.
Nay.
That motion failed.
Looks like it's 3-3.
So I'm gonna try again.
It
I'm
looks
guessing
like-
that somebody voted nay should probably make a motion then.
Still looking for a motion that we can get passed.
It's 3-3.
3-3 fails.
Yeah.
Sorry.
For the purpose of a motion, the Planning and Development Commission finds application number, what is it? I don't have it.
This application.
OA-2024-00002, inconsistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends denial of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented in the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
Second.
We have a first from Commissioner Worthington, a second from Commissioner Royce.
I'd just like some more
Any
discussion.
other discussions, please?
The reason I voted nay is because I am not sure that this is ready for the commission. I suggested maybe hashing out this part to make sure we had it, in a good form. And then also, I don't agree with the animal portion. I don't feel like we've really made sense on that. So that's why.
Any other discussions?
Yeah,
I'm
I
against
voted-
that
I
there
voted-
is no condition for where it can go or what else they can do. It's just, it seems to be ignoring all the possibilities because there are a lot of people out there that will do that. And they would infringe on the lifestyle of their neighbors.
If I understand correctly, the LDC, embodied within the LDC are provisions for property, for residences, property setbacks, buffers if required, space to adjoining neighbors, so to speak. And these are already included. These are, like, for instance, these other these other developments we're approving, they specify in their PUD the setbacks and the horizontal space, that type of thing. If this is not a PUD, does the LDC provide that information, distance from a property line, horizontal spacing, I say horizontal, but side to side, is that already specified?
Correct.
So that is specified.
For the primary structure.
For any structure.
What about the secondary or cottage structure?
All structures have to meet setbacks.
So what if we're looking for a way to find a compromise to Jim's concern, that the concern about the location of this cottage to a property line or to an adjoining neighbor, that's already specified in the LDC.
We have the same setbacks as the primary residence currently.
Okay.
Same setback requirements, excuse me.
So it's not different for acreage as opposed to a building lot?
No, any structure on any,
Well, that's my beef. It should be. If I'm living on a 10-acre parcel, I should expect that I don't have to have a neighbor 5 feet from me.
but they can do that now with their house.
Well, most people wouldn't do it, but there would be somebody that would want to put the house close to and invade on somebody's privacy.
And they can do that today without this. Their primary structure can go 5 feet from your property line, whether you like it or not, unfortunately. That's how it is. They can go up to the minimum setback.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
Is it possible to parse out any portions of this that you're okay with, or you're just denying the whole?
I mean, there's questions on all of it. The only thing I think that we've squared away is with the fascia, soffit and fascia on the metal facade. The animal portion has a problem still, and the accessory dwelling unit obviously still has a problem, so.
And the only animal portion problem I'm getting is from Ms. Worthington, who doesn't agree with the consensus from the rest of them. Is there another problem that I'm missing?
No roosters, but no.
Joking aside, that was the only change, is we removed the guinea pigs, gerbils, turtles idea. Completely gone. That's the only change proposed for animals. So
And
I
what
don't-
size of lot was that? That was below an acre, correct?
No, for this is any residential district regardless of acreage. This is
Any
outside of the
residential
animal
district,
schedule.
okay.
The animal schedule's not being touched. Certain land use districts, you have to have 2 or 1 acre, it's already not changing. This section is, instead of that, if you want to have one of those 4 types, you can, but we're just changing it to 1 type rather than I can have 12 pigeons and 4 chickens and 4 ducks and 6 rabbits, because that's happening. This is an exemption and acreage is not an issue. The only change is the 1 type of, and then we're taking out
Do you
the
think
small.
that you could maybe make some sort of, based on acreage, think about people who have children and they may have a rabbit and they might have a chicken. I mean, but you're saying that they cannot. So that's what I'm saying. There should be, I know you took out the reptiles and all that stuff because that was also
I completely
crazy.
agree with you, but that you would have to meet the acreage then, if you wanted a chicken and a duck.
okay.
If you wanted both, then you can. The whole animal schedule's not changed. So if I'm in LDR and I want to have animals, depending on my acreage, here's how many I can have, that table. That's not changed. This is, if you're not going to meet the animal schedule, you can't for some reason, you don't have enough acreage, you can do this anyway. This is an exemption on top of. So I would all day be able to have a horse and a cow and et
What's the
cetera.
acreage?
It's depends on the land use district, like low density residential, like I talked to, is 2 acres and a house. Rural residential is 1 acre and a house. There's a list, and it's a whole another section we're not actually touching. It's existing language.
But if you're in low-density residential and you only have 0.75 acres, you can't have a rabbit and a
Because
chicken.
of this, you can have 6 rabbits, but if you're that small, you can't also have chickens is what's proposed.
0.75, really not that small.
Well, 6 rabbits and 4 chickens on that?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You don't have to have the maximum, but why couldn't you have a chicken and a rabbit?
And that's fine, I can take out that proposal of 1 type of. What I'm trying to get away is the menageries that we're seeing.
You gotta draw a line
Yeah.
somewhere.
This is the exemption, I can't meet the animal schedule for whatever reason, and I still want animals.
Maybe you cut it down on the number. Maybe you say only 2 chickens, 2 ducks, and 2 rabbits.
Yeah, true. We
just have farms.
and farms can have all day.
No, I mean, what's happening is, and what we're seeing in code is, these small lots where people have 12 pigeons, 4 ducks, 6 rabbits on a 1/4 acre lot.
Because of the section.
I'm okay with that, the way it's written. I mean, even though I don't get my rooster, I'm still okay with that.
So talking about sections to come out, I was trying to say, I think this one might be okay, I understand what you're saying, not discounting it. I think maybe this section might be okay, but I think the one that you all are not happy with is the accessory dwelling unit section. Or maybe you are. Maybe you want to continue with that. I want to move forward to BCC if we can, with something. Some of this stuff would be nice to move forward.
Why don't you take them individually and vote on each section individually?
Well, right now, we have a motion
To
on the
deny the
floor.
whole thing.
Yeah, we gotta
Correct.
an inconsistent motion.
Mr. Chair, I will withdraw my motion.
Motion withdrawn.
Is the second, you got
Is
to.
the second. Second is withdrawn. We
Mr.
have
Chair,
no
maybe do
motion
it
on
one
the
at a
board.
ti- Maybe, Mr. Chair, why don't you suggest you vote on each section one at a time?
I believe we should vote on each section one at a time.
It's a great idea.
So what's the first one?
Wow, who came up with that?
Okay, so section 1800 was the legal section about penalties and remedies. We removed the line, "The presumption established by this section shall be rebuttable as part of the enforcement proceeding." I think we had that. Can we get a motion on that one?
Somebody move approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That ordinance carries.
All right.
1800.
Section 2 was the metal facade. Can you put that section, that slide up there, please, for me? Thank you. And so this was the proposed language, and we also were adding, this does not include soffit, downspouts, or fascia.
Fascia, correct.
Fascia. I am so not a builder, I'm sorry.
I would just include soffit and fascia together.
Soffit, fascia, yeah.
Yes,
I-
soffit
When I
slash
said it, I
fascia.
could think that, yeah, okay. Soffit slash fascia and downspouts.
And I'll make a motion to approve that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Third section was residential accessory uses. This is the one, can you get to that guest? There you go. This one. We did have a lot of discussion. It sounded like 1,500 square feet with a conditional use for 2.5 acres and 2,500, or 5 acres maybe.
Correct.
And 2,500 for 10 acres.
Yes.
So we need a motion on that one.
Before we vote on that, Mr. Chair, can I ask one question? I
Commissioner
I
Worthington, go
promise.
ahead.
Joanna, Denise is saying we need additional criteria for this, or else you won't be able to do your job. Do you concur?
I'm never going to disagree with legal. I understand where she's coming from, that it's trying to make it easy. We have to look at compatibility with the area, and without real objective criteria, it is difficult. I'll give you that. I don't know if I want to design for just an accessory dwelling in it.
But if you had more time, you would come up with that criteria and bring it back?
Perhaps, if you want us to do that, yes.
Okay.
I mean, it could be simply as simple as saying for conditional use, it has to be compatible with the adjoining properties.
That's much simpler. It gives me more of an overview for the
What about-
example that Mr. Royce is talking about, where you're building it right on top of somebody and you have 10 acres you're ignoring over here. Probably not the greatest idea, and that would cover it.
And the other issue, I'm not even gonna bring it up.
Could it be-
Strike that.
Could it be required to be compatible with the main house?
We don't right now, that's a big criteria. We have that for very large accessory dwelling units on very small acreage. I don't know if it's appropriate on 5 and 10 acres. And we don't compatible with consistent. So for example, if you've got siding on one, you can have siding on the other. I don't know how we'd make 2 residences.
Yeah, that's when you get into whether it's stucco or lap siding. That's a really hard one.
I mean, if you have a cracker house and then you have a Tudor, you know,
But why does that bother?
but you can't legislate taste.
Right.
There are
That's what I'm
people
saying,
that'll do
yeah.
that.
I might love Tudor and I don't like your cracker or whatever. So, yeah.
Or appearance,
Appearance.
aesthetics. It's really hard to legislate aesthetics.
So can you put in a statement consistent with surrounding area or
Compatible
with, not
with
consistent, but
adjoining,
compatible with adjoining?
adjoining parcels.
Parcels.
Like, you don't want to have to go a block away or,
Right.
just what's right next door. I would, it's your law, but
So as a
that's-
neighbor
that
to this, I could, I'm gonna get notified that this is gonna happen. I can come in here and tell you I don't want it.
Right.
And we still get the rebuttal from the neighbor, so I'm good with
And
that.
we all have these beautiful one-story, and you want this huge thing, and
Yeah.
that would be the thing, yeah.
And this is the only criteria you need to help you enforce the law?
Yeah, I think that to bring a conditional use before you, that really helps, making it compatible with the area helps us a lot.
with the adjoining parcels.
Adjoining
You keep
parcels.
saying area.
Yeah, you're right. I wrote it down and said it differently. I'm very tired. Compatible
But there's
with the
no
adjacent.
placement. There's no restriction on placement.
There
other
would
than-
be as a
Other
conditional.
than the right-of-way and.
Well, there always is. It's the same
Yeah,
setbacks for
but
any
it's
structure.
5
but-
feet for everybody.
Well, they're bringing it before you as a conditional use, so you're gonna tell them what's appropriate. Some places 5 feet's gonna work. Other places, it's not gonna work for that adjoining parcel because of whatever they have there.
And if I was your neighbor, I'm gonna be here raising Cain.
Yeah.
So, and I
But
get
that's
that
why
option.
we have the conditional process. for
That's the
public hearing.
subjective part of
Yeah,
it.
So that's the.
That leaves it for
So that's
interpretation.
dependent on future PDC boards.
All of it is.
All of it is.
Yeah, it always is, yeah. So that would be, I would add the statement compatible, so it would be, let's read it, 1,500 square feet,
With the condition.
Conditional use for 5 acres and 2,500 conditional use for 10 acres and compatible with adjoining parcels.
Yes.
So we need a motion on that.
Motion?
Second.
Got a motion from Commissioner Shara, second by Commissioner Bramlett. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
4-1.
5-1.
I'm sorry, 5-1. I thought somebody left.
All right, the temporary uses that can occur during construction, can you pull up that table, Liz? This one. So this was changing for residential, you can have it for 1 year with up to 1 year instead of 1 year for 2 years. 1 year with an extension of 2 years, that's the sole change here.
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
5-1.
Okay. Fences, hedges, and walls, we clarified that in the visibility triangle, instead of a definition for a visibility triangle that was not the same as the rest of the code, we took that out and said visibility triangle as defined in section 7180, clear visibility triangle of the LDC.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
All right.
6-0.
Animals, so we removed the proposal that says if you have more than 10 acres, you have to meet the animal schedule, so that section's unchanged. It's the animals as pets. This, we added the words one type of and removed the small mammals and small reptiles. With the suggestion of Ms. Worthington, we can put,
We'll see how the vote goes.
yeah, I don't know how to reword that.
Just vote. I'll do my nay.
Need a motion for this section.
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Very
I don't have a
loudly,
dog in
very
that fight.
loudly and clearly.
4-2.
All right. I think this is the last
No,
one,
it's not.
yay.
Don't go with the flow.
We have a consultant waiting so patiently to do a workshop for you. So this is for a final plat. We are adding the words that the Citrus County requires an easement only when a roadway and/or easement is actually dedicated, because right now it's in there for anything, even though a roadway is not included in a plat. So we made it clear that, obviously, we don't want a dedication because there's no road. So can we get a motion on that one?
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Wow, 6-0.
Thank you.
You did it.
We
Great
did it.
suggestion.
Now we just need the workshop, which you've been so patient on. This is a
think we need
workshop for
Well,
State Road
great. We're going to
44,
take
and then
a
we're done.
10-minute break, and we'll adjourn at 1:15.
This is your last application today. Just-
We hope.
I make a motion, we
Oh, I need a nap.
retire for lunch.
I'm so sorry, Amanda.
Take a roll call when we get back, if anybody's here.
State Road 44, I am in.
Your fault.
Do you hate me?
That was the right thing to do.
I've had a couple of different people.
No, this will be for the next.
You know, unique, yeah, you know, we have a couple of different people that have unique circumstances, and to be honest with you, I don't know how young people start out anymore. But you know, I just came back from 2 weeks in Michigan, and don't understand for No, I think it's affordability, and it's people not wanting to give up their 10 acres, and I need some help. So I had one where it's housing affordability. I had another one come up where I'm 70 years old and I can't keep up with this 10 acres anymore. And my son is willing to come down and help me out.
Needs a place.
Needs a place, but he's got 2 kids and there's a lot of scenarios where this will be a great fit, so.
It's, you know what, greatest need.
Yeah, absolutely.
Slightly over from the other one. And then I had it once on my leg.
She had her feet too,
Yeah.
and they did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
You can bear
All right, welcome back. Here we are. We're going to step on to OA 2024-0001 for the State Road 44 Interstate Management Workshop. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Amanda Warner. I'm a planner with Wade Trim. With me today, I have Jeffrey Jenkins, senior planner with Wade Trim. I think at this point, we're just holding on the presentation. Sorry about that. That's okay, no worries at all. But I will just go ahead and introduce to where we are right now. So we're going to be talking about the State Road 44 IMA and the 44 MU. So this project started a couple years ago, actually, and just last summer we went through the process of doing a comprehensive plan amendment for the State Road 44 IMA, 44 MU district. And so that's where we are today, is we have completed the comp plan amendment and are working towards the land development code updates. So that's what I'm going to talk about today, and then open it up for some discussion with you about where we are in that process. So looking at how we got here, if you recall back in 2019, the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council did a study about the extension of the Suncoast Parkway into Citrus County. Part of the outcome of that study were several growth scenarios, of which the county selected the focus growth scenario. The focus growth scenario really included more intensive commercial office and industrial development around those areas. And it was, out of the three scenarios, it was sort of the mid-growth scenario. So there was a no-growth, this scenario, and then another higher growth scenario. So this is sort of the mid-level growth scenario out of that plan. So starting in 2022, we started developing the comprehensive plan amendment, and then just last year, end of last year into this year, we've been working on the land development code updates. So this is the State Road 44 IMA boundary as it currently stands. So you can see the boundary in red there. The hatched lines, the green hatch line there is the southern portion of the Suncoast Parkway coming into State Road 44, and then the orange hash is the part they're working on right now. So that's the next extension moving north towards the next county road. So the final adoption of the comprehensive plan amendment occurred with the Board of County Commissioners on August 8th of last year. That was 2023. And then the final transmittal to the state occurred on August 18th, 2023. After that, we started putting together an administrative outline of the land development code updates. We worked on that with county staff, and then we posted that administrative draft to the project website on March 11th. Moving into the summer, where we are now, we're holding this workshop with you today, and we've also received some input from stakeholders regarding that draft document. And then moving into fall, winter, we'll continue developing this draft with your input, with stakeholder input, and then preparing a public review draft down the road. So that's where we are in this process. So, if you recall from the comprehensive plan amendments, the key reasons that comprehensive plan amendment were done was that it was basically to promote compact and a nonlinear pattern of development, mixed uses, and promoting economic development opportunities along State Road 44. In that comprehensive plan amendment, there was a policy to implement based on triggering a trigger with newly proposed or expanded development. So there were specific thresholds in there that would trigger the implementation of the 44 MU. It acknowledged existing PUDs, so acknowledging what was out there today, and then providing a list of permitted and prohibited uses. It also provided general guidelines for development. So the minimum project size under the CPA, this is a comp plan amendment we're still talking about, was 5 acres or 3 acres. 3 acres only if reduced impervious area and increased open space was provided. There was a pattern of mixed uses, so non-residential uses may be standalone or mixed with residential. Multifamily may be standalone or mixed with non-residential, and then other residential must be mixed with non-residential. So it created a pattern of the mix for this area. The residential density in the comp plan amendment was a minimum of 6 dwelling units per acre. However, there was a density bonus in there to 20 dwelling units per acre if certain work criteria were met. So the density bonus criteria that was included was the inclusion of community facilities or amenities, essentially placemaking, privately operated and maintained. If you recall, the Board of County Commissioners, when reviewing the CPA amendment, they actually removed a few of the criteria that were in there. They removed the criteria for affordable housing and also the criteria for historic and cultural resource preservation. So only this community facilities criteria was left after those revisions, and that happened in June of 2023. Also, the comp plan amendment identified the FAR for this, so FAR floor area ratio of 1.0 or 1.5 if it involved residential mixed use. So the comp plan amendment also established permitted and prohibited uses. So really focusing on the permitted uses on economic development, things like light industrial manufacturing, medical research and support, warehousing and logistics, but then some uses for the area, including residential, multifamily, commercial, hotel and travel accommodations, government offices and facilities. Prohibited uses excluded mostly extractive uses and heavy industrial, so cement, asphalt batch plants, metal recycling junkyards, truck and vehicle repair, mini warehousing, outdoor storage, and then specifically low-density residential, so less than 6 dwelling units per acre. On August 8th of last year, the Board of County Commissioners removed the reference to travel centers with fuel, so that was taken out of this in August. So what ultimately went forward, removed some of the density criteria, and then also removed the reference to permitted uses for travel centers with fuel. So those were the changes. And then the general guidelines that were included in there were specifying the pattern of development, flexible open space standards, compact development, placemaking, a balance of uses, diversity of housing types, the circulation system, reference to the strategic intermodal system being State Road 44, utilities, and buffering. So there were general guidelines in that comp plan policy. So with that, we looked at the comp plan amendment and then began to start to draft land development code updates to implement that based on the policies in the CPA, the comp plan amendment. So we proposed edits to chapters 1, 2, and 3 of the land development code, and I'll specify those changes here. So chapter 1, we added several definitions. These were because they were types of things that were identified in these other chapters, but they weren't really defined in Chapter 1, which is the overall definitions chapter for the Land Development Code. So Pocket Park was added, warehouse logistics was added. And then Chapter 2, land use districts, we drafted a new section, 2425. It's called State Road 44 Mixed Use District, or the 44MU. And that proposes permitted and prohibited uses, coverage and open space standards, floor area ratio, and density. Then we looked at Chapter 3 use standards and drafted a new proposed section 3710 called State Road 44 Mixed Use District. And that's where it gets into more detail about the purpose, intent, implementation, applicability, permitted and prohibited uses, and then the development standards all the way from site development down to open space, utilities, and environmental requirements. So the draft that you received as part of your packet called the Administrative Draft of the Land Development Code, this is effectively outlined here on this slide in terms of the key major sections of that document. So the draft document was put on the project website and was also circulated with stakeholders. We received 9 specific comments back from stakeholders. There may have been a few more, but really consolidated down to 9 themes or basic categories of comments that we received. And so that's what's being presented to you today. Out of those 9, 6 of them, which are highlighted in red on the slide before you, are ones that we would like to bring for discussion today, or workshop today, essentially. So that will be what I'm going to present moving forward. So we're starting with the first one, which is really number 2 on this slide, section 2425. So one of the comments we received was to add a density bonus for reuse in gray water, and there was a reference in the comment to section 403.892 of Florida statutes. So we looked at that. We looked at that against our administrative draft and the language that we were proposing. And rather than specifying a specific reference to a Florida statute in this document, we would like to propose adding language that just says, or any density bonus mandated for local government implementation by Florida statute, because the Florida statute would supersede this essentially anyway. So that is the language we're proposing adding to the 44 MU draft. So it would read, it would basically append the language that's in there requiring a density bonus, or for the density bonus, and then would say, or any density bonus mandated for local implementation by Florida statute.
Mr. Chair, because there's so many they're so different from each other, if we want to, talk about it individually and open it up, some of these will be like that, others may not. If that's okay, I think that might be the easiest way, rather than doing it as one big batch.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine, sounds good. Oh, we lose, no, they're down there. Does any commissioners have any comments on this, on item 2?
Just a quick question. I support, I totally support reuse in gray water. What are we looking to achieve by giving a density bonus for something we should be doing anyhow? And this is a personal opinion that, in other parts of the state, there are very strict requirements to use gray water. We haven't caught up yet here. So it would seem that any of these new developments ought to have provisions for gray water built into the infrastructure.
So
what are we looking to accomplish?
Yeah, so this is a density bonus that's actually allowed by Florida statute anyway. So it's not anything that's being, effectively, this already exists and is a density bonus by Florida statute anyway. So all we're doing is effectively revising the language to encompass any other density bonus that's mandated by Florida statute in this. So it's not limited just to, the language that we're proposing is not limited just to reuse or gray water. It's anytime there's a density bonus that must be allowed by the local government as required by Florida statute. So we're just making reference to that. We're not necessarily adding a specific reference to one type of density bonus or another. So it's just really any density bonus mandated by Florida statute.
So the legislature already forced this on us, basically.
Yes, correct.
And they're referencing anytime the legislature forces something on us, we will have to do it, which we do anyway. So it's not that we're ignoring gray water, but that it's already in place, and whether we like it or not.
So is the density bonus, for instance, if you had 75% gray water infrastructure, is that 20 dwelling units per acre times 1.25? That goes up then, well, I didn't do the math, but is it a 25% increase in the dwelling units per acre? Is that what that means?
That's what that means, yeah.
Is it? So what is that forcing you into?
More density, where we may not
Thank
be,
you.
where we may not think it's warranted, but here you go. Now, we don't have a lot of gray water in place right now in the county, although they're certainly trying. But right now, this is not something we have available, but someday, if we
Well,
have.
if they install the infrastructure, that would entitle them to the density bonus.
That would, because the legislature felt that was appropriate, regardless of the county's wishes.
I'm sorry to dwell on it, but what, okay, if we increase the density, what does that actually mean for what's going to be built? So we go from 20 dwelling, units per acre to 27, or whatever that number may be. So in terms of the implications for this interchange area, what does that actually mean? We have to build, because we have height in here, we'll come to later. How do you get there?
So,
Go ahead.
go ahead. I was just going to say, so the current density bonus that's in there is the 20 units per acre if the project includes gathering areas, et cetera, and then it provides a list. This Florida statute density bonus is already out there. It exists anyway. So whether or not we make a specific reference to it or not in the proposed land development code update really doesn't matter from an implementation standpoint, because somebody could invoke it at any time anyway under Florida statute. All we're doing is just making reference to it so that readers of the code are aware that that exists out there, and we're not specifying any specific density bonus. However, just reading the Florida statute excerpt here for that 403892, when it says provide a 25% density bonus, that it wouldn't be a density bonus on your density bonus. That would be a density bonus above what would be allowed by right, which in this case would be 6 dwelling units per acre. So it would be 25% of that, and so on and up. Just reading the Florida statute purely. But I will go back and say that whether or not you include this language really doesn't change whether or not this is something that could be invoked by a developer.
Maybe I should ask the question a different way. But what if you said it's on the minimum density, that's allowed in this particular area. It's a
The allowed by
bonus to
right
that.
density is 6.
So it's not
yeah.
on top of the 20 dwelling
No,
units.
no, no. It's not a compounding density bonus. It would be the minimum allowed by right, which is 6.
Got it.
25%.
It's not right now.
At least, well, not yet, right? This is
Statutes change
proposed,
every year.
proposed land development code. So based on what's being proposed under the CMU, it's the 6 dwelling units per acre.
Great, any other questions?
Now, there's, the public, it's up to you. But,
On each item?
they're really different. It's up to you, but we don't have very many public people here, so they may be very limited.
Just ask a general question. Does anyone from the public like to speak on section 2425 on this subject? And I'll just ask you that after each one, if that's okay. Thank you.
All right. So do we have direction on this in terms of the workshop direction?
Oh, I'm sorry, consensus.
Yeah,
Support
consensus.
it. I think any-
What choice would we have?
We don't have no
Okay,
choice.
all right,
You
okay.
can specifically say gray water needs, that gets this bonus, but instead they're saying per statutes, gray water gets this bonus. And it could change.
I think the key thing is,
We have very limited, they're working on it.
Ball
but-
washers or we have enough of them.
They're working on golf courses right now, but eventually.
And just to be clear, the language that we're proposing, and I'm sorry I don't have it thrown up there as a strike underline, is just to add at the end, or any density bonus mandated for a local government implementation by Florida statute. So it's not limiting it to the gray water, it's just calling out that there may be other density bonuses under Florida statute. That way, somebody looking at your code knows that potentially they could get another density bonus from Florida statute.
but regarding infrastructure, the implication is that they will install that infrastructure even if the product isn't available for immediate use. In other words,
If they pursue a density bonus
well, we
under
hope they
that
would
statute.
pursue gray water, but that's a whole,
Yeah, we're not there yet.
we're not there yet.
Yeah.
So we got a consensus of yes?
Yes.
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 Okay. All right, thank you. All right. So the next one is, this is the next comment we received in terms of general category of comment, section 3716A2.c. This is, again, in the draft LDC. It doesn't exist now. So this is something that's being proposed for the 44MU implementation. So there are minimum setbacks under 3716 that are called out. There's actually 3 of them right now. There's a 25-foot setback from any property line abutting a local road, public or private right-of-way, or 50 feet from the center line of any local road, public or private right-of-way, whichever distance is greater. There's 25 feet from any property line abutting State Road 44, or 75 feet from the center line of State Road 44 right-of-way, whichever distance is greater. And then currently, there's a 20-foot from any adjacent property line that does not abut a public or private right-of-way. The comment that we received was to reduce the side yard setback for properties abutting State Road 44 IMA from 20 feet to 5 feet and maintaining 20 feet for properties abutting non-State Road 44 IMA properties. So you can see at the bottom, the proposed edit is to C and D. C would now read 20 feet from any adjacent property line that does not abut a public or private right-of-way, but abuts a property not part of the State Road 44 IMA. And then D reads 5 feet from any adjacent property line that does not abut a public or private right-of-way, but abuts a property that is part of the State Road 44 IMA. And the reason for the 2 different setbacks is in terms of compatibility. So if you have a property that's not part of the State Road 44 IMA, it gives you the little bit larger setback of 20 feet to those properties, for example, adjacent neighborhoods that aren't in the 44 IMA, whereas properties within the 44 IMA increased proximity for those because they're within the same 44 MU district.
Is that for both commercial and residential?
That's for every development in there. So all development, all types of development allowed by the 44 MU.
Does it mean that a commercial could be abutting to a residential?
It could be in the case if they're in the same 44 IMU property, two abutting properties within State Road 44 IMA, then it would be 5 feet. If they're properties, one property is in the IMA, one property is not in the IMA, 20 feet. and that would be for any development within the 44 IMA.
We still have the same LDC buffers, which
Correct.
may push
Mhm.
out that, when
Mhm.
your example of commercial next to residential, there's a buffer requirement between those two uses. It's
Mhm.
larger than 5 feet, so this
Mhm.
would go away. But right now, residential to residential, it's 5 feet. Commercial to commercial, it's 5 feet in our current code,
Mhm.
unless it's a different type of commercial, like a very intense use.
Right, and also you have to remember that when we say residential, like, it's not gonna be one property, one home on one lot, because we have the minimum, density. So it's gonna be like a complex.
Yeah, so the minimum density is 6, assuming they aren't pursuing a density bonus. And then for the mixture of uses, multifamily may stand alone, or it can be mixed with non-residential uses.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Any other questions? Anyone from the public want to speak on that? Mr. Hall?
Just a question. So if you have commercial on the bottom and residential on the top, your same building next to you, what is the separation? Because now you got commercial to commercial, residential to residential.
Well, they're not distinguishing between any uses. The setback is just for any structure.
I mean, what would the number be?
It
5
would be
feet?
that.
20, okay.
Yeah, whatever those uses are. They're not saying commercial is this and residential is
If
this.
you're doing a multi-complex area, then every building has to be 20 feet apart?
Only if it's abutting the IMA, outside the IMA. If it's
No.
in the IMA, it's supposed to be 5 feet apart. I mean, building code might be different, but.
From property line, not other buildings.
Property line, yeah, that's not a separation within the thank you, within the parcel. And please, if I'm messing you up, this is your baby and certainly
Yeah,
not mine.
just to clarify, it is property line setbacks that we're talking about, so not building separation setbacks.
And we're not distinguishing between uses.
Correct. We're not distinguishing between uses, we're just distinguishing between property line distances. So 2 adjacent properties, let me see if I can explain this. 2 adjacent properties within the IMA next to each other. They're separate platted properties. The minimum setback from each property line would be 5 feet on one, 5 feet on the other, inside the district. If it's 2 properties where one is inside the district, one is outside the district, 20 feet for the ones inside, because that's what it would be applicable to.
Yeah, the additional buffer is nice.
Do we have a consensus? All good?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
We're good.
All right, let's go to the next one. All right, so the next comment that we received was asking about frontage roads. So just a little clarification about this. There's a section, it's section 3716A4A through B regarding frontage roads, and the request was to add an option for a reverse frontage road. We had no issue with that, just revising the language. So the proposed revised language in the draft Land Development Code for 44 MU would be access, circulation, and parking A would now read frontage roads or reverse frontage roads are encouraged along State Road 44, consistent with the requirements in Section 7135 of the Citrus LDC. And then looking to B, I, it would be vehicular access shall be provided by one of the following means: a single centrally located main service road with direct access from State Road 44, or a frontage road or reverse frontage road. And then 2 would be a main service road with direct access from State Road 44, or a frontage road or reverse frontage road, combined with at least one other connection to an off-site existing local street that provides indirect access to State Road 44. So both of those adjustments have to they refer to access and circulation.
Can you give me your definition of reverse frontage road?
Yeah, so a frontage road, not reverse frontage road. Frontage road would be in front of the parcel. A reverse frontage road would run along the back of the parcel.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Planners and engineers meet the same.
I didn't think there, yeah.
Yeah.
Any
I think that makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyone from the public? Nope, consensus here. Think
Alright.
it's good?
Next one. All right. So one of the comments that we received was regarding Section 3716A5A, and it's on page 8. And that was to change the lot frontage from 440 feet. This is minimum required lot frontage, from 440 feet to 220 feet. However, that 440 number is in there because of existing LDC standards in Chapter 7. So although we received this comment, our recommendation is no change to what we have proposed, just because that was a reference to another land development code standard in the Citrus County Land Development Code. And that 440 is based on the standard for an arterial road, which is what State Road 44 falls under in terms of street classification.
Does that mean then the minimum frontage would be
440 feet.
for any of these going forward?
Yes.
And that's only on 44, of
That's
course.
only
If you're-
directly abutting 44, yeah.
If you're interior and trying to get subdivide off a different road, different world.
Yep.
It's just consistency with the LDC.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions? Anything from the public? Consensus here, looks like we're gonna move on.
All right. Okay, the next comment we received was regarding section 3716A5A, this is on page 11, and it was to require a right-of-way type C buffer versus a type B buffer along State Road 44. In consultation with county staff, there are different buffer type requirements throughout the land development code. Just to throw some examples out there, Citrus County standards for big box development is a 25-foot type C buffer. Small box is a 10-foot type A buffer. The type B buffer is somewhat in between those two. Looking at the code and other examples throughout the code, we're proposing to just put in a minimum type B buffer would be provided and essentially installed along the right-of-way of State Road 44 and new development. I will put up the next slide, which I believe shows the diagrams from the current existing land development code of what those buffers look like. So buffer B is on the top. That's what we're currently proposing in the land development code for 44 MU. And then type C down at the bottom would be a bit wider, require a little more depth to that buffer. In terms of our recommendation, we don't have a recommendation, strongly recommend one or the other. It's really a policy decision for you of which direction you want to go.
What do you guys think?
Buffers, everybody's always talking about the buffers and how they, disagree with them. In this particular area, it's an IMA, and, an interchange management area. I would expect that area to be a little less intense as far as the regulations that we're going to impose. So in my opinion, I think a type B buffer is sufficient for the IMA, only because it's the IMA.
That was my thought too.
The difference between the two is the width, correct?
The width, correct. So as you can see in the diagram above, buffer B is 10-foot minimum, buffer C is 15-foot minimum. There's in the code under the diagram, there's a little bit different width. I think it's 5 foot more on each preferred. And then you can see the number of trees and shrubs required for each of those, which C becomes more intensive in terms of the amount of landscaping that you would put in there. And I'll defer to Joe if you have any comments.
Yeah, I was going to say there is a slight difference in the number of plants required between the two. So a type C is 6 trees and 24 shrubs. A type B is 4 trees and 20 shrubs, which is slightly more than a type A, which is 2 trees and 20 shrubs per 100 linear feet. So,
Yeah.
Maybe we should go with C, so when they die, they'll still look thick.
Well, they're required to maintain.
No, I know, they don't.
yes, there's still the requirement to maintain.
Correct. We've gone round and round
Yeah,
about
yeah.
that.
Any other comments from the commissioners? Any public input? All right, looks like the consensus is type B.
Okay. All right. Moving on. All right, so this is the comment that we received the most comments on in terms of quantity of comments. This is section 3716B3A, and the comment that we received was to change the maximum building height from 40 feet to 60 feet. We received several comments regarding this. Currently, the way the proposed language in the administrative draft reads is item 3, massing and building height in the 44 MU district must be varied. A, the maximum building height to beginning of roof line must not exceed 40 feet. B, the maximum building height to highest appurtenance, so that would be the peak, the highest point of the building, must not exceed 50 feet, and no building shall have more than 3 stories. So that's the language that's currently in there. We've received comments to increase that and go up to 60 feet and 4 stories is what we've heard, or any number higher than that. So I think the general comments we received is just increasing the building height allowance for this. So we're looking for your feedback on that. Again, we have no specific recommendation. We would defer to the Planning and Development Commission regarding direction about building height.
Is this aimed at commercial property?
Any building in the 44 MU, whether commercial or residential multifamily.
So a Hampton Inn would only be 3 stories?
In the current presented proposed draft. Yes, under this, the language that's currently proposed. However, that's subject to revision. So,
I would just say, based on the comments that we've had from the Builders Association, and just based on my personal interpretation, I think 60 feet is more sufficient for that particular area.
I agree.
I agree.
I think the revenue per acre can be much increased the higher that they go, and it makes more compact development, so yeah.
And less, like they said, less concrete.
Anyone from the public? Mr. Hall.
And we agree with the 60 feet, but also we would like to take it to 4 stories instead of 3 stories. If you drive around a lot of these intersection IMAs, stuff like that, they are 4 stories. That's what they need to get, and that reduces the amount of land they need, so your footprint is much less and you're going up. And if we're trying to get any kind of lower places to live, they need the 4 stories to make it more feasible. And we've already got 4-story buildings in this county.
I think that's what was being proposed.
I don't think I read anywhere in here it said
It does.
story.
Right here,
Right.
three
No more than 3
three
stories.
C.
3 stories.
But
4 stories, we need an elevator.
3 stories need an elevator.
Well, at our age, yes.
And keep in mind, there's another thing in here that deals with scale, and that's the floor area ratio. So there is still the 1.0 floor area ratio max with the 1.5 with the residential mixed use. So that's something else that's going to play into the scaling of these buildings.
So for clarification, you had mentioned 4 stories, or did I miss it?
Yes, as proposed edit to this, as a proposed revision, just based on the number of comments that we
You go
received
to
about
60
building height.
feet and 4 stories.
Proposed to go to 60 feet and 4 stories. However, I would like to bring a discussion question about A and B, because those are 2 standards very closely related. So right now we have the building height to the beginning of the roof line must not exceed 40 feet, so that's to the beginning of the roof line, whereas the second one, B, is to the highest appurtenance, 50 feet. So if we bring this building height to 60 feet, which is getting altered, A or B, and is there a different number for A or B? Do you see the pairing of the
I would
numbers
think
40
A
and
and
50?
B.
Is it, or do we go up to 50 and 60, or what is the preference there?
My other comment was on that, which you should have in the letter that I hand out, is what's currently being built is the 10-foot, 2-foot, 10-foot, 2-foot. So, and then you have, a lot of them are putting 612 pitch roofs on them. So by the time you hit that 4-story and then hit 612 pitch roof, you're up in the air. So you need to make sure that A and B also can comply if you go to 4 stories on C.
I would just say, as your opinion as in the building industry, what is your opinion of A and B if we went to 60?
Well, if you go 4 stories, you're probably looking at 40 feet to start with. Depending on how wide the building is, how much you're going to gain in your roof, but
Footprint changes, so.
yeah, you're probably going to go, if you leave something there to the maximum height of the roof, you can either take it out or you can say, change the number.
Isn't it easier if we just do the maximum roof height? And then whatever the roof line and the appurtenance is what it is. It's however they design it. It's just the maximum is the 60-foot max.
If you go around and look at a lot of the buildings that are being built now, they're putting higher pitch roofs on them to make it look big, even though they may be smaller. So if you set a 60-foot max to the peak of the roof, they may be coming here for variances because that's not their standard building practice.
Right.
I mean,
That would be the maximum, though. We're talking about the maximum.
right? So if you got let's see, you got a building that's motel, it's got 2 rooms and a corridor in the middle, you got a pretty good length, so you take half of that for your height, so your height of gain is gonna go over that 60 foot.
David, your point, we shouldn't box ourselves in. We're saying 4 stories, 60 feet, 4 stories, and then the roof design, I think, has to be double the top.
Yep.
Because he goes, think of it as 612 slope versus 412.
Yeah, right,
And
for sure.
could you speak into the mic, please?
No.
Sorry, I was talking down the line there. It would just seem it makes more sense to, if you're gonna go to the 60 feet, 4 stories, and then you don't address at this point the maximum height. That's a function of the roof design.
Right.
You don't wanna box yourself in.
Yeah, we don't want.
So we're saying 60 feet to the appurtenance, which is the edge of the roof line? Is that what I'm understanding?
60 feet to the peak.
Appurtenance
To
is
the peak.
The peak.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
the appurtenance is the highest point of that roof.
The ridge.
Oh, the highest point of the roof,
Yeah, the
okay.
ridge.
And what you also don't want to do is you want to drive all your buildings to a flat roof. Because if they can't make what they want, then they may trot back to a flat roof, and I'd rather have pitch on the roofs around the area than flat roofs.
So what is the nominal height of a 4-story building? I tend to think it's like 50 feet when you,
Well, like I say, normally if you look at a lot of buildings, they go 10 foot, 2 foot for each story. So you're looking 12 feet per story.
48.
so we've agreed to 4 stories. We've agreed to 60 feet, and we've left open right now
Well,
the total height unless you,
I think you're going to be low by 60 feet. I think you're going to need to probably go up to 70, 75.
But that's to the peak.
It's to the top of the peak.
But we're saying not address the peak, but just address
That's
the
the other-
beginning of the roof line at 50, and then let the roof design account for that
Right.
height.
I mean, minimum slope in Florida now is 412. If you go below that, you're in all kind of money. Either that or you go 412 or flat.
Yeah. But at 50 feet, that will cover 612, right?
60
Or
feet.
should. 50 feet, I mean, at the roof line.
50 feet at the roof line would cover it, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's where we were.
Yeah.
4 stories, 60 feet.
Well, we're talking about 50 feet at the roof line.
Right.
Four stories, 50 feet to the roof line.
Correct.
Yeah,
And then the roof. Yeah.
The maximum is 60 feet. Right.
Also help.
Did you catch all that, Amanda?
I just want to provide some clarification for the discussion. So the reason the A and B are in there, and whether or not the A and B stays, that's a decision for you all, but I just want to clarify why it's in there to begin with. So the roof line, beginning of the roof line is basically, if you could envision this, where the wall face meets the lowest part of the pitch of that roof. So that's where the roof starts, essentially. So how it's currently proposed, the 40 feet is there, and then there's a maximum height up to the very peak, the very top of that roof. So if you have a sloped roof, you have where the wall and the roof intersects, and then you have all the way up at the very highest peak of that. The reason there's the 2 standards in here was really to encourage some architectural interest, make sure that you're not getting a bunch of flat roof buildings that just look like a box, essentially. It has some more architectural character to it in this area, because this area will be essentially a front door to Citrus County as people are getting off the parkway. So those are the reason those 2 standards in there. So I think the thought is, if you're going to go up to 4 stories, just make sure that those 2 distances or those 2 building heights are capturing what someone needs to get up to 4 stories, essentially. You don't want to handcuff anybody in not being able to build a 4-story building based on a height restriction. But you do need a height restriction of some kind to avoid something, unusual that, there's always, as you all were talking about earlier, there's always an outlier for that. So I just wanted to provide some background on why there's 2 standards there, so just for your consideration and discussion.
Well, I can say normally if you look at a lot of buildings, they go 10 foot, 2 foot for each story. So you're looking 12 feet per story.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that. I mean, you're talking about the building designs now and how high we're gonna say a roof is gonna be, but I know that we can say that we can allow a 4-story building with an acceptable, some kind of consensus on the roof height.
I think that what she's got is really good. I appreciate the builders in the audience talking about the pitch, but it's gonna vary by architecture. And somebody's gonna wanna do a rooftop bar or something. Okay, maybe we want that. So that's why I think this gives a lot of flexibility with the number change.
So that'd be a 3-story building with a rooftop,
Right.
right? So what, essentially, because that would,
But
a
in this
rooftop
case,
bar would be
the reason she's got the
considered
difference is because of the roof line versus the architectural
Yeah.
features, and I just want it over here, and over here, here's the roof. But over here, you can sit around and
You could have a rooftop bar with a shooting range.
we could in the Canto.
However,
We're
while you were
tracking.
out, we changed
Yeah, we could
this.
shoot roosters.
Yeah, that's why I'm understanding that now. You want 4 stories and 60 feet.
Well, what they're saying is if we go to 4 stories, 60 feet may not be high enough for the actual roof. Might be kind of constricting. Somebody may have to come in here for a variance because 60 feet on a 4-story building, each story being roughly 12 feet with the new building,
60 feet is really high. We don't.
48
We haven't seen that
feet.
yet.
48 feet if you do the 12, 10 and 2.
Right, 48 and then 60.
And you go to 60, it's gonna increase the footprint too of the building.
That's a good sized hotel or apartment building. So I think that's pretty radical for
pretty tall.
Citrus. 60 feet. That sounds good. Not in Citrus County. Huh. Yeah, well, don't do it again.
Scratch that code. I agree with the 60-foot 4-story.
But not that distinguishing between the A and the B? So the B would be 60 and A would be 50?
Well, if you went 4 stories, A 50, and don't address B.
Yeah, it would be 50 and 60.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we still have the distinction to allow the architecture.
Technically 50 and
Right, that's what I'm
62
saying. So
would be
50,
more
60 instead
appropriate.
of 40, 50, and then 4
Because of the
story.
extra 12.
And it's up to them to figure it out. If you're going that big, you gotta figure it out.
I'm at 50 and 62 at the minimum, only because you gotta have a little bit of building room.
I think that I would agree with that,
Do we need a
having 2
B?
builders.
I think so, because we're going to have we're going to have appurtenances, we're going to. We do in residential. That's a constant argument in the CHHA.
I think what Amanda was saying was if you don't have a maximum build height, then you could end up with Rapunzel's Tower where you've got a roof
Right.
line and a 30-foot tall roof.
Right.
on top of
Right.
it.
Yeah, just from experience, you need a maximum height for highest appurtenance. I think the thing that is probably more flexible is the A, either keeping or getting rid of the A. But again, the A is in there for architectural interest to avoid just a box.
Oh, and
you
I
know.
see that,
Yeah,
I understand that
yeah.
part of it. Mr. Hall.
And don't forget, once you start crawling above a 612 pitch in the Florida Building Code, the resistance to hurricane becomes very expensive.
Yeah.
Very expensive. So
Very
there's-
expensive.
On a commercial property, you probably won't see that because they want revenue return. If they start spending a lot of money, that's going to drop on what's.
But putting it in there will give them the opportunity to do that if they have the money, and if it's not in there, it won't give them the opportunity to do that. And then
Correct.
that'd be the same as every other builder.
Well, yeah, I would at least go, 48 on the A and at least 70 on B.
So you'd go that big.
Yeah, because think of how wide the
Yeah, I know the
buildings
footprint's
are.
bigger.
Yeah, so it's a 612 pitch, so every time you go a foot, you're going up 6 feet, 6
Yeah.
feet per foot.
70 is really, really high for our county. I think that's really pushing it.
I was comfortable with 62.
You give them we're
all
giving
the-
them the equation, 4 stories.
Yeah.
50
4
feet
stories,
to the
50,
roof.
60 appurtenances, yes.
And 60 to the top.
And
Come
then-
back and talk to us
And I
about a design.
understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
but, yeah.
I agree, I mean, it is, we are Citrus County.
Yeah, I like that, and so
Don't forget
50,
we're-
60, and 4 stories.
We're forward thinking to what's going to happen in the future, not just Next
Right.
year, the year after that, we're talking
For
about.
sure.
So we've got to be at least inviting to these outside corporations to come in and put in the hotels and stuff like that that are there. So it's not just,
But not too high.
like I said,
I don't want to see Tampa from 44.
I built 65 in residential in this county 10 years ago.
All right, so, sir, you can come up to the, yeah, yes, sir. Oh, come to the podium, please, so we can hear you.
Most of your hotels are four-story, and they do that because of occupancy, so they can get more people there.
Right.
So that's why you don't have the three. So four-story is very common, but
Not here, yeah, agreed, when you go to
Four-story.
Tampa, but here the Hamptons and things are not usually.
well, but things are gonna change here, aren't they?
I agree.
I hope
I
this
just,
is what's gonna happen.
70 feet was what was making me cringe. We're doing four-story, for sure.
Okay. You
But a
just
lot of
need
them are
to-
flat roofs too, so
But
we're
that's
trying to get
ugly.
away from that.
That's ugly.
Besides
I like the aesthetic part and so forth, but the four-story, they really like that because of occupancies.
Right, it sounds like that's what the consensus is four-story. Sorry, I had to run out, planning emergency.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Eric's like, we don't have them, but we.
So there's our consensus.
Okay, so I'm hearing 4 stories and then A 50, B 60, is that correct? Or 62?
So I was doing 62, I don't.
I like-
We have to back up why we have such an odd figure, and I'm not.
Well, it's just 12 story, it's 12 feet for story. 48 is
that a
4.
standard, 12 feet?
Well, you gotta give the builder a little bit of a, room. You don't want them to put on a 312 roof on a 4-story building if they don't have to.
Mr.
the
Hall, is
aesthetics.
12, is 12 feet a standard, and is 12 feet a standard in non-residential? 12 feet a story? 12 feet is the standard? Okay, there you go. That's all I needed. I need some backup that we can support it. I'm not doubting you.
Yeah.
I'm doubting the world. What's the standard? I have no idea.
Well, I was just saying what she said, when you get off the interstate, the first thing you're gonna see is these buildings. So, we don't wanna see cereal boxes every time we get off the,
But if we do 4-story, that's 60,
Yeah.
not 60, not, okay.
48 and 62.
yeah.
Why are we
So
doing
50 and-
62?
We said 50 to give them the extra 2.
Right.
The extra 2 feet.
Okay.
So they build a rooftop bar, they're gonna have to have a,
But what she's
Some
saying
kind of-
is you got the 2 there, and then the 10 on the top for the roof. That's the 12.
So 48, be 48 plus, so it'd be just the 60 then.
That's where,
48
yeah,
plus
it's just the other
12.
two I gotta justify, that's all.
48 plus 12 is 60.
yeah, but you gotta remember we're increasing the footprint, so when you increase the footprint, it's gonna change the pitch height. So you got that little 2-foot cushion.
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with two
Yeah.
Yeah,
builders.
60, 62, I could hear.
So, just for my clarity, which are the 2 final numbers we're going with at this point?
You're asking me.
Yeah.
50, 62.
Is that the consensus? Okay.
I
50,
split the
62.
difference between Mr. Hall.
Okay. All right, thank you all.
Went 70.
All
I didn't
right.
like 70.
All right, so that was building height, and that was probably the most detailed one in terms of comments that we received and requiring the most thought. So our next steps, just to mention again, we're in the administrative draft phase of this. What we'll do is we'll go back, make these changes, republish this on the project website, and then come back to you probably in fall in terms of getting on an agenda back to review these again. And that's where we are with the project. And then I'll open it also for any discussion about anything else in the draft. I know we honed in on just specific comments and direction we needed, but are there any other comments that you have?
I would mention one thing that I thought we talked about in one of the previous workshops where it said no vehicle repair. You talked about no truck repair, but then it also says vehicle. And like this is a parkway, it's a toll road. Not allowed to have any vehicle repair in there.
Right, we actually,
county
that's something the commissioners got rid of, yeah. They weren't
So
happy
not
with
allowed to
that.
have like you can't fix a tire
No,
flat
they
or-
wanted to have that.
They
They
it said
wanted-
prohibited
They
though.
prohibited it. The county commissioners
I
withdrew
thought they
it.
actually, the other way
Do they
around.
also prohibit metal recycling places? And we have one right next to the exit.
No, I thought that they took it
Yeah,
out.
they
I'm
recycle
gonna-
metal recycling
They took it out of the
junkyards,
prohibited
but
list and-
I'm going to go
prohibited
back to
truck
this
and
slide
vehicle
from
repair.
the CPA. So these were the final list of uses in the CPA with the exclusion of, I believe it was the travel centers with fuel was what was removed in last year in 2023. This was the final list that ended up in the comprehensive plan amendment.
But it says truck and vehicle repair.
Mhm.
It's prohibited.
Travel centers with fuel was the permitted use that was removed, but truck and vehicle repair is still on the prohibited list, I
Yeah.
believe. Yep, go ahead.
By itself, that would be the primary use. So you can have a travel center, you just can't have a car repair.
Tire changer.
I know several commissioners talked about having like Wawas and stuff like that, which is a convenience store, gas station. I thought that was added to the permitted list. I know they didn't want any repairs to it, but I thought they added back in a standard fueling station like Wawa's or one of those as a permitted use.
It is.
Is that under commercial?
Yeah, without actually commercial, including restaurants and hotel and travel accommodations, either one. So you could have like you have on 75 with the big Buc-ee's thing, or you could have the Wawa type thing.
All right, so
yeah.
make sure it wasn't.
Motion to adjourn.
All right.
Just FYI, she's being a little modest here, but this application is really good from a planning sense. I'll have to tell you that the Florida APA, the American Planning Association, accepted this as a discussion course on the upcoming state workshop that we have for planners every year. They're going to be presenting about this and to all the planners in the state. Really a good project. They were granted that, so
Good job.
says a lot for them.
Yeah, I do have one question on it. It doesn't really matter what the answer is, but I'm just curious, in your stakeholder comments to date, why you chose just those 6 and not the other
Yeah, I
other
can go
ones.
back to that. Yeah, sure. That's
I mean, why weren't they as important as the ones
yeah, I
in
can
red?
explain. So section 2425, that first one regarding the Apples map amendment for PUD, the comment was to remove the requirement for that. However, the county's process, it's integrated into the county's process for development for the PUD. There's an Atlas map amendment required for any PUD. So that is why we didn't discuss that, is because it's something that's already required. There's nothing that in this particular section that we can take away from that requirement. I don't know if county staff wants to add anything to that. And then section 3713, the requiring vested properties to meet the development standards of section 3716. The section 3713 is based on how it is currently drafted, is based on the comp plan amendment, and to do anything different would deviate from the comp plan amendment in terms of the policy directive, so that's why we didn't discuss that one. And then on section 3716 down there at the bottom, they reflect the 660 feet versus 1320 on the maps for FDOT. That's very similar to the comment number 6 above regarding changing the lot frontage from 440 to 220. Those numbers come from Chapter 7, so it would require changing a different section of the Land Development Code, where we're just referencing that Land Development Code section in the 44 MU update.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
No other questions? We appreciate you coming and sharing all that information with us.
Thank you for your time.
All right, any other comments from the commissioners?
Just to look ahead very quickly, your next application meeting is not so bad. We really do try to balance them, but things come and go constantly. The paper was correct that Tuscany Development has withdrawn. However, their letter is very clear that it's a withdrawal just so they can have time. A brief withdrawal is the word they use. So they have time to make a development agreement and come back before the board. So they'll be here again. And your July 4th, we do not have a meeting. Enjoy July 4th. But July 18th is very, very heavy. So we're making up for it by having one meeting that month. Cardinal Farms, that was supposed to be on your next agenda, is now going to be on July 18th. So the application for the Cardinal IMA will be coming for you for Cardinal Farms on July 18th.
Great, thank you.
So camp out that day, but July 4th, no.
Did we correct the Cardinal IMA? Has that been done? Is that?
It's going to the board. Yes, it's been transmitted to the state, and it's coming back then to the Board of County Commissioners for adoption.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully soon. Thank you guys for all your comments today. I know it was a very, very long meeting, and especially the ordinance memo was very hard and tedious. And if you saw me rolling my eyes, I really wasn't rolling my eyes at you. I was rolling my eyes at the whole thing, and having to do this over is frustrating. So I'm glad. I can't believe I forgot to get an emotion, but good comments.
But now you
Thank
got it.
Yep, and we're going to introduce our 2 new planners to you, but they had to go back and cover to let everybody go to lunch. So next
Lunch.
meeting.
Yeah, what's
All right,
lunch?
well,
Yeah, or dinner, yeah.
Adjourned.
Thank
Let's go
you.
home.
Adios.